Cicero entered the world as a member of a plebeian family belonging to the equestrian class, far from the highest ranks of Roman society. His rise to prominence was entirely the result of his own ability. After serving in Rome's highest public offices, he earned a place in the Senate, transforming both his own status and that of his descendants. The Romans had a special expression for someone like him, novus homo, or new man. It described a person whose family had never before produced a senator or a senior magistrate. Unlike many of his political rivals, Cicero could not point to generations of distinguished ancestors. His reputation rested solely on what he accomplished himself. Yet once he reached the offices of aedile, praetor, and consul, his family entered the ranks of the Roman nobility, allowing future generations to inherit the prestige that he had created from nothing. Like most Roman citizens of standing, Cicero carried 3 names, each serving a different purpose. His first name, Marcus, functioned much like a modern first name and had already belonged to both his father and grandfather before passing on to him. Roman children officially received this name during an early family ceremony that, in some respects, resembled a later Christian baptism. Because only a relatively small number of first names were commonly used, Roman writers often abbreviated them with a single letter. A reader familiar with Roman customs instantly recognized initials such as M for Marcus, P for Publius, C for Gaius, or A for Aulus. His family name was Tullius, identifying the wider clan to which he belonged. Very little survives about this branch of the family before Cicero's lifetime, and ancient writers themselves disagreed over its origins. Some claimed that his father had once worked as a fuller, processing cloth, while others insisted that he descended from the rulers of the Volsci. These stories may not even contradict one another. Families often experience dramatic changes in fortune across generations, making it entirely possible that both traditions contained some truth. Whatever the reality, Cicero's father clearly belonged to the respectable provincial gentry. He possessed enough wealth, education, and ambition to provide his sons with every opportunity available in the Roman world. The final part of Cicero's name identified a particular branch within the Tullian family. Roman surnames frequently developed from occupations, physical characteristics, or memorable events. According to a popular story, an ancestor had a nose shaped like a chickpea, or cicer, giving rise to the family nickname. Another explanation suggests that the family prospered through the cultivation and trade of chickpeas, making the agricultural connection more likely than the physical one. Regardless of its true origin, the surname had become firmly established long before Cicero's birth. Cicero's mother, Helvia, came from a respected and prosperous family. Surprisingly, Cicero himself rarely mentioned her in his surviving writings, leaving historians with only scattered glimpses of her personality. One of the most memorable comes from his younger brother Quintus, who recalled her careful management of the household. She sealed every wine jar, even those that had already been emptied, making it impossible for dishonest servants to secretly drink the contents without being discovered. Quintus later turned this childhood memory into a humorous comparison while encouraging Tiro, the brother's trusted secretary, to continue writing letters even when he believed he had nothing important to say. Just as empty jars still deserved a seal, ordinary days still deserved correspondence. Tiro himself occupied an unusual position within the household. Legally, he remained a slave for many years, yet emotionally, he was treated almost as a member of the family. Roman society often allowed these close personal relationships, despite the enormous legal difference separating master and servant. Tiro would eventually become one of the people most responsible for preserving Cicero's speeches and letters, ensuring that much of his literary legacy survived long after his death. Although relatively little is known about Cicero's parents, one fact stands beyond dispute. His father placed extraordinary importance on education. Recognizing his son's remarkable potential, he arranged for Marcus to receive the finest instruction available. Around the age of 8, Cicero left his hometown and moved to Rome, where his education became focused on preparing him for public life. Rather than remaining in the countryside, he entered an environment where politics, law, and public speaking shaped every aspect of his development. It is likely that Cicero stayed with relatives connected through his mother's family, particularly the household of Aculio, whose own son studied alongside him. Ancient biographies also preserve stories of Cicero's extraordinary intelligence as a child. Whether these tales are entirely accurate or partly embellished by later admirers, they reflect a widespread belief that his exceptional gifts became visible at an unusually early age. As a young student, Cicero eagerly sought every opportunity to observe Rome's greatest speakers. Two figures especially impressed him: Lucius Licinius Crassus and Marcus Antonius, the celebrated orator who happened to be the grandfather of the future Mark Antony. Cicero later described their speeches and conversations with remarkable detail, suggesting that even brief encounters left a lasting impression on his young mind. One story amused him throughout his life. Both men deliberately concealed the extent of their knowledge of Greek culture because they believed ordinary Roman audiences admired speakers who appeared entirely Roman in both language and thought. Whether this strategy truly influenced public opinion or not, it reveals the cultural tension between Roman tradition and Greek intellectual prestige. Fortunately, Cicero later described his own education in his own words, giving historians a reliable picture of how he spent his late teenage years. He explained that nothing excited him more than listening to accomplished advocates argue important legal cases. When one of Rome's leading orators, Cotta, was forced into exile, Cicero considered it a personal tragedy because it deprived him of a teacher he greatly admired. Instead of becoming discouraged, however, he immersed himself even more deeply in study. Every day he listened to speeches, copied passages, read extensively, and filled notebooks with observations and reflections. His interests soon expanded beyond rhetoric alone. Determined to master Roman law, he attached himself to Quintus Mucius Scaevola, one of the Republic's most respected legal authorities. Although Scaevola did not formally teach students, anyone who observed him advising clients could learn the principles of Roman law firsthand. Cicero absorbed these lessons carefully, recognizing that legal knowledge formed the foundation of every successful political career. Political turmoil did little to interrupt his intellectual ambitions. During the consulship of Sulla and Pompey, he regularly attended the speeches of the gifted tribune Publius Sulpicius Rufus, whose powerful public addresses demonstrated the true potential of oratory. At the same time, international events unexpectedly brought some of Greece's finest philosophers to Rome. The war against Mithridates forced many leading scholars to flee Athens, including Philo of Larissa, head of the Platonic Academy. Cicero eagerly became one of his students, fascinated by the richness and sophistication of Greek philosophy. The world of philosophy captivated him with its endless debates and brilliant reasoning. Yet even as a young man, Cicero noticed what he considered its greatest weakness. Philosophers often displayed extraordinary skill in questioning every assumption, but they rarely arrived at firm conclusions. Their discussions sharpened the mind while leaving practical problems unresolved. This frustration remained with Cicero throughout his life and later influenced the balanced, pragmatic style that became one of his defining characteristics. Meanwhile, Rome itself descended into violence. The bitter struggle between Marius and Sulla filled the city with fear, executions, and political revenge. Several of the greatest statesmen and speakers whom Cicero admired, including Quintus Catullus, Marcus Antonius, and Gaius Julius, were killed during these years of civil conflict. Witnessing such events at a young age deeply shaped his understanding of politics, teaching him that public life demanded not only talent but also courage and caution. Even amid this chaos, Cicero refused to interrupt his education. He continued studying rhetoric under Apollonius Molon of Rhodes, one of the ancient world's most celebrated teachers of public speaking. Molon refined Cicero's natural abilities, helping him develop the clear structure, persuasive logic, and controlled delivery that would later make him the greatest orator of the late Roman Republic. His intellectual journey also brought him into close contact with the Stoic philosopher Diodotus, who eventually lived in Cicero's household. Their daily discussions exposed him to another major philosophical tradition, broadening his understanding of ethics, duty, and self-discipline. Rather than limiting himself to a single field, Cicero deliberately combined rhetoric, law, philosophy, and politics into one comprehensive education. Before Cicero immersed himself in the demanding studies that would shape his political career, he experimented with something very different. poetry. Like many gifted young Romans, he was fascinated by Greek literature and began writing verse while still a teenager. Ancient sources claim that, at only 14 years old, he composed a poem known as Pontius Glaucus. It was almost certainly adapted from a Greek original, since translating Greek works formed an essential part of higher education in Rome. Young students sharpened their language skills by transforming famous Greek texts into polished Latin, and Cicero eagerly embraced this intellectual exercise. Modern readers sometimes misunderstand this practice, imagining that Roman authors were expected to produce entirely original works. In reality, the literary culture of antiquity worked according to very different principles. Borrowing themes, stories, and even expressions from Greek writers was considered a mark of education rather than dishonesty. Rome admired Greek civilization so deeply that adapting its literature into Latin was regarded as an achievement. Great authors such as Virgil would later build their masterpieces upon the foundations laid by Homer without attracting accusations of plagiarism. Originality lay not in inventing a completely new story, but in reshaping familiar material with greater elegance and skill. Centuries later, the Greek historian Plutarch praised Cicero's youthful literary talent, claiming that his dedication eventually earned him recognition not only as Rome's greatest orator, but also as one of its finest poets. That judgment has long been debated. Many later scholars believed Plutarch exaggerated Cicero's poetic ability, arguing that his admiration reflected a limited appreciation of Latin verse. They often pointed to the Roman satirist Juvenal as evidence, although this comparison is not entirely fair. Juvenal never actually dismissed Cicero as a poet. Instead, he quoted a single famous line that had become notorious because of its self-congratulatory tone. His point was political rather than literary. Juvenal joked that if all of Cicero's speeches had resembled his harmless poetry instead of the fierce attacks delivered against Mark Antony, he might never have been executed. The criticism was directed less at the quality of Cicero's verses than at the dangerous consequences of his political courage. Other ancient opinions were considerably more favorable. Quintus Mucius Scaevola, one of the Republic's most respected legal scholars, and a man who personally knew Cicero, admired a poem called Marius, written in honor of the famous general from Cicero's hometown. Scaevola confidently predicted that the work would survive for generations. Whether or not that prophecy proved accurate, the fact that such praise circulated among Cicero's contemporaries suggests his poetry commanded genuine respect during his lifetime. The early poem Glaucus should probably be viewed as an educational exercise rather than an ambitious literary masterpiece. Young students often translated celebrated Greek works as part of their schooling, and families frequently preserved these compositions with pride. History offers many similar examples. Distinguished figures have occasionally rediscovered youthful writings years later and remembered them as original creations, only to realize they had unknowingly adapted earlier works. Such incidents remind us how naturally translation and imitation formed part of a classical education. There is no convincing evidence that Cicero ever tried to deceive anyone about the origins of his earliest poems. Although only fragments of Cicero's poetry survive today, it would be unfair to dismiss this aspect of his career altogether. Modern readers usually encounter his poetry through a handful of isolated quotations, often selected because they appear awkward or overly dramatic when removed from their original context. As a result, generations have remembered him more for a few mocked lines than for the broader body of work he actually produced. One of the largest surviving pieces comes from his Latin version of Aratus's Phenomena, an astronomical poem describing the constellations and the signs of nature. Cicero translated the work while still quite young, demonstrating not only his command of Greek, but also his growing confidence in shaping Latin verse. Later in life, he composed another substantial poem celebrating his own consulship, describing the omens and heavenly signs that supposedly foretold the dramatic events of that remarkable year. The subject itself may strike modern readers as overly ambitious, yet the surviving passages display careful rhythm and an increasingly polished command of poetic language. Perhaps Cicero's greatest contribution to Roman poetry was not the fame of any individual poem, but the influence he exercised over the Latin language itself. During his lifetime, Latin verse was still evolving, gradually developing greater elegance and musicality. Cicero belonged to the generation that refined its rhythm, improved its flow, and demonstrated how flexible the language could become. Just as English poetry changed dramatically between Chaucer and Tennyson, Latin poetry also underwent centuries of refinement. Cicero played an important role in that transformation, helping shape a literary style that later poets would perfect. As his interests broadened, poetry gradually gave way to more demanding studies. His education brought him into contact with some of the finest teachers available in Rome. Among them was Archias, a Greek scholar originally from Antioch who devoted his life to literature. Like many educated Greeks seeking opportunity, Archias settled in Rome, where his learning earned him the friendship and patronage of influential aristocratic families, including that of Lucullus. He accompanied his patron on military campaigns while continuing to teach literature to promising young Romans. According to Cicero, Archias eventually obtained Roman citizenship and became one of his earliest instructors. Exactly what lessons he provided remain uncertain, but it is reasonable to assume that he helped cultivate Cicero's appreciation for Greek literature, poetry, and style. Whatever influence Archias had upon his student, the relationship ultimately benefited the teacher far more than the pupil. Years later, Archias found his Roman citizenship challenged in court. Cicero stepped forward to defend the man who had once guided his literary education. The speech he delivered, now known as Pro Archia, has become one of the masterpieces of Roman rhetoric. Although it was intended as a legal defense, it evolved into something much greater, a passionate celebration of literature itself. In one unforgettable passage, Cicero explains why books and learning possess lasting value. Unlike many forms of entertainment, literature belongs to every stage of life. It enriches childhood, comforts old age, strengthens people during times of success, and provides consolation during hardship. Books remain faithful companions whether one stays at home or travels abroad. They accompany their readers into solitude, offer comfort in moments of difficulty, and remain constant throughout every changing season of life. Few ancient writers express the value of education with greater warmth or conviction. Archias may have introduced Cicero to the world of literature, but many other distinguished teachers contributed to his remarkable education. Under Quintus Mucius Scaevola, he continued mastering Roman law, while by observing celebrated advocates such as Crassus and Antonius, he absorbed the practical techniques of public speaking directly from the Republic's finest orators. Around the age of 16, Cicero reached one of the defining milestones of a Roman boy's life. He removed the toga praetexta, the garment that symbolized childhood, and appeared publicly wearing the plain white toga virilis, marking his formal entrance into adulthood. The ceremony took place before the praetor and carried immense symbolic importance. It announced that he could now participate in public affairs and begin assuming the responsibilities expected of a Roman citizen. Yet, becoming legally recognized as an adult did not mean his education had ended. Like a modern university student stepping into early adulthood, Cicero still had years of study ahead of him. Nor did the ceremony free him from his father's authority. Under Roman law, the patria potestas granted fathers extraordinary legal power over their children, regardless of age, and this authority often continued throughout the father's lifetime. Even so, the day remained a joyful milestone. Surrounded by family, friends, and teachers, the young Cicero celebrated his transition into manhood while continuing the rigorous education that would soon prepare him for a life at the center of Roman politics. At the age of 18, Cicero briefly stepped away from books and entered military service. In Rome, this was not considered unusual. A young man preparing for public life was expected to understand far more than law and public speaking. The future leader of the Republic had to be capable of addressing the Senate, judging legal disputes, governing provinces, and, when necessary, commanding soldiers in the field. Military experience was therefore regarded as an essential part of political education. The traditional path to power followed a clear sequence. A Roman statesman usually began as quaestor, then advanced through the offices of aedile and praetor before finally seeking the consulship. Each position brought greater authority and responsibility. The consuls, who stood at the summit of the Republic, were not simply political officials. They were also the chief commanders of Rome's armies. As Rome expanded and its wars multiplied, praetors and provincial governors also received military powers. Even quaestors often accompanied generals to manage finances and supplies. Anyone hoping to rise through the political system needed at least some understanding of warfare. Cicero himself was never naturally drawn to military life. His ambitions lay in the courtroom, the Senate, and the world of ideas. Throughout much of his career, he tried to avoid prolonged service abroad and preferred to remain in Rome, where political influence was won through speech and law. Yet even he could not completely escape the military expectations placed upon a Roman magistrate. Later, as governor of Cilicia, he would command troops in a provincial campaign and even return to Italy, hoping to receive the ceremonial honor of a triumph. His brief service as a young man was therefore an early preparation for duties that might one day become unavoidable. The conflict in which he served was the social war, one of the most dangerous struggles Rome had yet faced. For generations, the Republic had depended heavily on the neighboring peoples of Italy. These allied communities supplied soldiers, taxes, and resources, but many of them were denied the full rights enjoyed by Roman citizens. They fought in Rome's armies and contributed to its victories, yet they had little direct influence over the government whose wars they were helping to win. Resentment grew steadily. Some Italian communities had received citizenship, while others remained excluded. To many allies, this unequal treatment seemed increasingly intolerable. Eventually, several cities joined together and formed a powerful alliance against Rome. Their objective was unusual. They were not fighting to destroy Roman citizenship, but to obtain it. They took up arms because peaceful demands had repeatedly failed. In 89 BC, the consul Pompeius Strabo, father of the future Pompey the Great, commanded Roman forces in the war. Cicero joined the campaign under him, probably to gain practical experience rather than to pursue a military career. During the same conflict, two men who would soon tear the Republic apart also served in prominent roles: Gaius Marius and Lucius Cornelius Sulla. At that moment, Marius and Sulla had not yet become open enemies, although the tension between them was already growing. Marius, one of Rome's most celebrated generals, had been consul 6 times and had built his reputation through major victories. Sulla, younger and fiercely ambitious, had begun to emerge as a serious rival. Personal jealousy, political competition, and disputes over military glory steadily drove them apart. Cicero served for a time with Sulla's forces, but almost nothing is known about what he actually did. No surviving account describes him leading troops, distinguishing himself in battle, or suffering any dramatic defeat. His military experience appears to have been quiet and limited. He observed the machinery of war, learned something of army life, and then returned to the studies that suited him far better. Rome eventually defeated the rebelling Italian communities, but victory did not bring a simple return to the old order. In the end, many of the allies were granted the citizenship for which they had fought. The conflict therefore produced a strange result. Rome won militarily while conceding much of the political demand that had caused the rebellion. The deeper consequence of the war was the increasingly bitter rivalry between Marius and Sulla. Sulla emerged from the campaign with a stronger reputation, while Marius failed to gain the fresh glory he desired. Their hostility soon developed into open violence. Rome was entering a period in which political disagreement could no longer be contained by law, tradition, or debate. Armies became instruments of personal ambition, and generals increasingly treated the Republic as a prize to be seized. This atmosphere of anarchy would shape Cicero's entire life. His greatest achievements and his greatest disasters were both connected to the collapse of the old political order. He rose because extraordinary crises created opportunities for a gifted orator. Yet he also suffered because eloquence and law could do little against commanders who controlled loyal armies. After a series of dramatic reversals, Marius briefly returned to power in Rome, only to die soon afterward. Sulla, meanwhile, marched east with his army. Officially, his mission was to fight King Mithridates of Pontus, whose expansion threatened Roman control in Asia Minor. In practice, removing Sulla from Rome also served the interests of his political enemies. During his eastern campaigns, Sulla captured and plundered Athens, devastated large parts of Asia Minor, and eventually reached an agreement with Mithridates without completely defeating him. While Sulla remained abroad and Marius was dead, Rome experienced a short period of relative calm. Cicero later described it as roughly 3 years during which the city was free from armies. These were probably the years 86, 85, and 84 BC, when Cicero was in his early 20s. The temporary peace gave him the opportunity to return fully to intellectual life. It was during this period, rather than much earlier, that he studied philosophy under Philo of Larissa, rhetoric under Apollonius Molon, and Stoic thought with Diodotus. Although Cicero had shown literary talent from childhood, he did not rush immediately into public life. He used his youth to build a broad and disciplined education. He had written or translated poetry as a teenager, and he is also said to have produced a work on military tactics around the age of 19. This was probably another exercise based on a Greek model rather than an original military theory. Fortunately for his reputation, the work has not survived. 2 early rhetorical treatises have also traditionally been associated with this period: the 4 books known as Rhetorica ad Herennium and Cicero's own 2 books, De Inventione. Their authorship and importance have long been debated, and even where Cicero's hand is accepted, these works belong to his least mature writing. They reveal an ambitious young student trying to organize the principles of rhetoric before he had acquired the experience that would later transform him into a master of persuasion. Cicero's education eventually became famous in its own right. Later, Roman writers treated it as an example of how a great orator should be formed. In the dialogue commonly attributed to Tacitus, a speaker named Messala praises the statesman of an earlier generation and describes the extraordinary range of Cicero's training. According to Messala, Cicero had learned civil law from Quintus Mutius Scaevola. He had explored the philosophy of the academy under Philo and studied Stoicism under Diodotus. Still unsatisfied, he later traveled through Greece and Asia in order to absorb every aspect of rhetoric and intellectual culture. His education was not limited to speech-making. It included philosophy, law, grammar, music, logic, ethics, and the study of nature. The ideal behind this education was simple but demanding. A true orator could not be confined to one narrow field. He had to understand human behavior, political institutions, moral questions, history, law, and language. He needed enough knowledge to speak intelligently on almost any subject, and enough judgment to adapt his words to the audience and the moment. For this reason, eloquence was not seen merely as the ability to produce attractive sentences. It was the result of many disciplines brought together. The finest speaker combined learning with character, logic with imagination, and knowledge with emotional intelligence. He spoke with dignity and grace, persuading his listeners while also holding their attention. This ideal was very different from the education offered in some commercial schools of rhetoric. Later, Roman critics complained that young students were increasingly sent to teachers who trained them through artificial exercises rather than through serious engagement with law, philosophy, and public affairs. These schools often lacked discipline, and students practiced dramatic arguments on imaginary subjects with little connection to real political life. 2 common exercises were known as suasoriae and controversiae. In the first, younger students were asked to persuade a famous historical or mythical figure to choose a particular course of action. In the second, more advanced students argued fictional legal disputes. Such exercises could sharpen style and confidence, but critics believed they encouraged empty performance. Students learned how to sound impressive without learning how to think deeply. To Cicero's admirers, his own education represented the opposite approach. He did not rely on rhetorical technique alone. From an early age, he was determined to become someone of real importance, and he treated knowledge as the foundation of public greatness. He studied every subject that might strengthen his judgment, expand his imagination, or improve his ability to influence others. This wide intellectual preparation explains much of his later success. Cicero became powerful not because he belonged to an ancient noble house or commanded a private army, but because he possessed an unmatched ability to connect law, politics, philosophy, history, and language. His eloquence was not a decorative skill added to his education. It was the final expression of everything he had spent his youth learning. Cicero's ambition was never limited to mastering a single discipline. From an early age, he wanted to understand as much of the intellectual world as possible. Later writers compared this hunger for knowledge to the vast ambitions of thinkers such as Francis Bacon, men who dreamed of reaching toward everything that the human mind could possibly know. Cicero approached education with the same restless curiosity. Law, philosophy, history, politics, rhetoric, literature, and ethics were not separate interests to him. They were all parts of the same preparation for public greatness. In his time, the education of a future advocate was very different from the formal classroom training that later became common. A promising young Roman was first educated at home in language, literature, and the traditional subjects of cultured life. Once he had developed a strong foundation, his father or relatives introduced him to one of the leading orators in Rome. From that moment, the young student learned by observation. He followed the experienced advocate through the city, attended his appearances in court, listened to his political speeches, watched him advise clients, and observed how he reacted under pressure. The student did not merely memorize rules about public speaking. He stood close to real disputes, real accusations, and real struggles for power. In this way, he learned rhetoric in the middle of public life itself. This was how Cicero developed his own abilities. He watched the greatest speakers of his age and studied not only what they said, but how they behaved. He noticed how they organized an argument, how they controlled the emotions of a crowd, how they changed their tone, and how they answered unexpected attacks. The forum became his true classroom. Some famous Roman orators entered public life at remarkably young ages. Crassus reportedly argued an important case when he was only 19. Julius Caesar challenged Dolabella in court in his early 20s, while Asinius Pollio confronted Cato at about the same age. Other examples from the ancient world were equally dramatic. Demosthenes spoke publicly while still very young, and Augustus is said to have delivered a speech in honor of his grandmother when he was only 12. Cicero did not follow this pattern of extreme precocity. Although he had written poetry and rhetorical works as a young man, he waited until he was around 26 before taking on his first legal case. This delay was not caused by a lack of confidence or talent. He simply believed that a public career required deeper preparation. Before testing himself in the courts, he wanted to build the broadest possible education. By the time Cicero began practicing law, Rome had passed through one of the darkest periods in its history. Sulla had defeated the supporters of Marius, taken control of the city, and established himself as dictator. His proscriptions had already caused the deaths of countless political enemies and allowed their property to be seized. Officially, the period of executions had ended and the Republic was declared restored. It was in this uncertain atmosphere that Cicero finally entered both private and public legal practice. His political position during these years was complex. Marius had come from the same region as Cicero, while Sulla had once been his military commander. Yet Cicero did not truly belong to either faction. His deepest loyalty was directed toward the Republic as he imagined it should exist, governed by law, tradition, debate, and constitutional authority. The violence of the civil wars horrified him. Rome had seen the murder of statesmen, the destruction of legal institutions, and the replacement of argument with armed force. Cicero believed that the old political system, despite all its weaknesses, still offered the best hope for stability and civilization. He wanted its institutions restored, not merely in appearance, but in real authority. At the time, Sulla's faction appeared more closely connected with the aristocratic order and the traditional governing class. This naturally attracted Cicero, though not because he admired Sulla personally. He believed that the leading families of Rome, the men later described as the optimates, should act as guardians of the state. They were supposed to possess education, responsibility, patriotism, and respect for law, even when they frequently failed to display those virtues in reality. For Cicero, the Republic had created Rome's greatness. It had produced military power, artistic achievement, literature, legal sophistication, and political opportunity. Most importantly, it had allowed a man from an undistinguished provincial family to imagine that talent could carry him to the highest offices of the state. He therefore idealized the Republic not only as a form of government, but as the foundation of everything valuable in Roman civilization. This did not mean that he approved of Sulla's cruelty. Cicero was deeply disturbed by the executions, confiscations, and organized theft that followed the proscriptions. His earliest legal speeches demonstrate how strongly he opposed the corruption produced by Sulla's followers. Even while Sulla remained powerful, Cicero was willing to challenge men who had enriched themselves through political violence. This courage is important because Cicero has often been accused of fearfulness. Yet, at the beginning of his career, he spoke against individuals protected by the most dangerous regime in Rome. His willingness to expose their abuses shows that, at least in these years, he was prepared to take serious personal risks in defense of law and justice. His first speeches can still be regarded as part of his education. They were practical experiments in which he tested the abilities he had developed through years of study. Even after achieving early success in the courts, he did not believe his training was complete. He decided to travel through Greece and Asia in search of the finest philosophers and teachers of rhetoric. Cicero later described this journey in his own writings. When he arrived in Athens, he spent about 6 months studying under Antiochus of Ascalon, one of the most respected philosophers associated with the Old Academy. Cicero had already studied philosophy for years, but he now returned to it with greater maturity and discipline. He regarded Antiochus not simply as a lecturer, but as a major intellectual authority. At the same time, he continued working intensely on public speaking. In Athens, he trained with Demetrius Cyrus, a recognized teacher of rhetoric. Cicero did not treat philosophy and oratory as separate worlds. Philosophy taught him how to examine truth, morality, duty, and human nature, while rhetoric taught him how to present those ideas persuasively. After leaving Athens, he traveled through the cities of Asia Minor. There, he sought out the region's most respected orators and practiced under their guidance. Among them were Menippus of Stratoniceia, Dionysius of Magnesia, Aeschylus of Cnidus, and Xenocles of Adramyttium. Each teacher represented a different approach to speaking, allowing Cicero to compare styles and refine his own. His journey eventually brought him to Rhodes, where he once again studied under Apollonius Molon. Cicero had already heard Molon teach in Rome, but now he placed himself under his instruction for a more demanding period of retraining. Ancient writers later described this as a deliberate return to the workshop after an early public test. Cicero had already entered the courts and gained recognition, but he now wanted an experienced master to correct his weaknesses before they became permanent habits. Some later historians claimed that Cicero left Rome because he feared Sulla's revenge. He had openly attacked the corruption of men connected with the dictatorship, so it is possible that he understood the danger. Plutarch suggested that Cicero publicly blamed his journey on poor health while privately escaping political retaliation. However, there is no solid evidence that fear was his main reason for leaving. Cicero remained in Rome for a considerable time after delivering his most dangerous speeches, and he showed no sign of immediate panic. His own explanation deserves serious attention, especially because it fits what is known about his physical condition and speaking style. Cicero described himself during this period as thin, physically weak, and narrow in the neck and chest. In ancient medical opinion, such a body was not expected to tolerate the strain of constant public speaking. His style was also extremely forceful. He spoke loudly, used energetic gestures, and drove his voice without sufficient rest. Friends and physicians warned that continuing in this way could permanently damage his health. They advised him to abandon the profession, but Cicero refused. For him, giving up oratory meant surrendering the entire public career he had spent his youth preparing to enter. Rather than accepting defeat, he looked for a different solution. He believed that by reducing the violence of his delivery, controlling his breathing, and developing a more elegant method of speaking, he could protect his health without abandoning his ambition. This was the reason he gave for traveling east. He wanted to transform his style. After about 2 years of public practice, his name had already become known in the forum. Yet he understood that natural talent and early success were not enough. He needed greater control, discipline, and technical refinement. The journey through Greece and Asia therefore became both an intellectual and physical reconstruction. Cicero learned to speak with less strain, to depend less on volume and bodily force, and to place greater emphasis on rhythm, balance, and clarity. When he eventually returned to Rome, he was no longer merely a talented young advocate. He was becoming a complete orator. During his stay in Athens, Cicero renewed his friendship with Titus Pomponius, the man later known as Atticus. This friendship became one of the most significant relationships of Cicero's life. Hundreds of his surviving letters were addressed to Atticus, giving later generations an extraordinarily intimate picture of Cicero's political fears, family problems, ambitions, doubts, and private thoughts. The two men studied similar subjects, but they responded to them very differently. Atticus was drawn toward Epicurean philosophy, or at least toward a practical way of life associated with it. He valued peace, independence, comfort, financial security, and freedom from political conflict. Rather than trying to reform the violent world around him, he preferred to protect himself from it. Athens suited his character. The city offered literature, art, conversation, learning, and distance from the struggles of Roman politics. He loved Greek culture so deeply that he earned the name Atticus, meaning a man connected with Attica. He built his life around private friendship and personal stability instead of public ambition. Cicero could never fully accept such a path. He studied Epicurean ideas and understood them well enough to criticize them, but withdrawal from political life was impossible for him. He was driven by the desire to act, persuade, lead, compete, and influence the Republic. Public life brought danger and suffering, yet it also gave meaning to his existence. He explored nearly every major philosophical school. He studied with Platonists, Stoics, academics, and even Epicureans. Officially, he often associated himself with the New Academy, a skeptical branch of Platonism that avoided absolute certainty. In practice, however, Cicero never surrendered his judgment completely to any one system. He borrowed what seemed useful from each tradition. From the Stoics, he took ideas about duty, courage, and moral responsibility. From the Academy, he gained intellectual flexibility and the habit of examining opposing arguments. From Greek ethics, he learned to think more deeply about virtue and political obligation. Yet no school provided him with a complete rule for life. Philosophy became both a serious study and a form of refuge. It helped Cicero organize his thoughts, examine public questions, and later endure personal tragedy. But it never replaced politics. Atticus used philosophy to justify distance from the world, while Cicero used it to strengthen his engagement with the world. Later, Roman authors clearly recognized this difference. Cicero was respected not as a strict follower of one philosophical sect, but as a writer capable of bringing Greek thought into the Latin language. He introduced Roman readers to complex debates about morality, government, fate, friendship, old age, death, and the nature of the gods. His philosophical works offered something more than abstract argument. They were intended to help educated readers live with greater dignity and face death with greater confidence. Cicero believed that philosophy should not remain confined to schools. It should guide action, comfort suffering, and prepare the mind for uncertainty. His years of study in Athens, Asia, and Rhodes therefore completed a transformation that had begun in childhood. He had started as a gifted provincial boy, hungry for literature and public recognition. He returned as a trained advocate, philosopher, legal thinker, and master of language. What made Cicero exceptional was not that he knew one subject better than everyone else. It was his ability to unite many different forms of knowledge. His law strengthened his politics, his philosophy deepened his speeches, his literature refined his language, and his experience in the courts taught him how ideas operated in the real world. Cicero and Atticus were both initiated into the Eleusinian mysteries during their time in Greece, but almost nothing is known about what they actually experienced there. The ceremonies were secret, and those who took part were forbidden to reveal their inner meaning. Yet, the memory of Eleusis appears to have remained with Cicero for decades. When he later wrote about the mysteries, he did so in language filled with admiration, suggesting that the experience had touched something deeper than curiosity or ceremony. For Cicero, the importance of Eleusis seems to have rested in two great ideas. The first was the hope that death did not mark the absolute end of human existence. The second was the belief that religion, education, and civilized life could soften human cruelty. These ideas would later become closely associated with Christianity, but they were already present in different forms within Greek religious thought. Cicero praised the mysteries because, in his view, they had helped humanity rise from a rough and primitive condition into a gentler and more civilized way of life. Their value was not limited to rituals performed in darkness or sacred stories about the gods. They offered moral instruction. They encouraged people to believe that life possessed meaning beyond immediate pleasure and that death might be faced with hope rather than terror. The Eleusinian tradition centered on the story of Demeter and Persephone, known to the Romans as Ceres and Proserpina. Persephone's descent into the underworld and her eventual return symbolized loss, renewal, and the rhythm of life and death. For those initiated into the mysteries, the myth may have carried the promise that human existence also continued in some form beyond the grave. Cicero never described the secret ceremonies themselves. Still, his later words suggest that he regarded the experience as intellectually and morally significant. It would be difficult to imagine him writing so warmly about Eleusis many years later, especially to Atticus, who had shared the experience with him, unless both men remembered it as an important moment in their youth. Yet Cicero and Atticus did not draw the same conclusions from philosophy or religion. Atticus preferred a quiet life removed from political conflict, while Cicero remained drawn toward public duty, ambition, and action. The mysteries may have offered both of them the same symbols, but each man carried those symbols into a very different kind of life. Very little is known about the ordinary details of Cicero's existence during his years abroad. Ancient sources tell us almost nothing about his meals, clothing, lodgings, servants, or daily habits. Even so, it is possible to draw some conclusions from the nature of his travels. Studying across Greece and Asia was expensive. Cicero did not travel alone, for his brother Quintus accompanied him. The cost of transportation, accommodation, servants, food, and tuition must have been considerable. The famous teachers under whom Cicero studied were not charitable instructors offering their services without payment. Men such as Antiochus, Demetrius Cyrus, Molon, and Menippus had professional reputations and expected to be rewarded for their time. Cicero also appears to have been received with distinction wherever he traveled. He possessed valuable letters of introduction from influential Romans, and these opened the doors of wealthy and educated households. But social connections alone could not finance such a journey. To travel comfortably, study with celebrated masters, and move among elite circles required a generous supply of money. That money almost certainly came from Cicero's father. This is important because later writers sometimes portrayed the family as poor or socially insignificant. Cicero was undoubtedly a newcomer to Rome's political nobility, but that does not mean he came from poverty. His family lacked consular ancestors, not financial resources. The education he received from childhood had already required substantial investment. He had been sent to Rome at an early age, introduced to distinguished lawyers and orators, and trained in Greek literature, philosophy, and rhetoric. His father had prepared him for a metropolitan career from the beginning. The journey through Greece and Asia was simply the most expensive stage of a much longer plan. It is therefore reasonable to believe that the elder Cicero was a wealthy provincial landowner. The family home at Arpinum was probably not a modest farm, and Cicero's father was unlikely to have been the impoverished craftsman imagined by some later traditions. He may not have belonged to Rome's ruling aristocracy, but he clearly possessed the means to give both of his sons an elite education. The question of Cicero's personal income later became more controversial. He repeatedly claimed that he did not accept payment for appearing as an advocate. Roman law officially prohibited lawyers from charging fees, although the rule was frequently ignored. Advocates often received gifts, favors, inheritances, or other forms of compensation from grateful clients. Cicero insisted that he remained free from this practice, or at least that he did not openly violate the law. Some historians have doubted him because the visible sources of his wealth do not always seem sufficient to explain his expensive lifestyle. During his career, he owned houses and villas, maintained a large household, entertained important guests, and moved within Rome's wealthiest social circles. Yet suspicion is not proof. No reliable evidence demonstrates that Cicero secretly charged illegal legal fees. Much of the doubt depends on the assumption that his father could not have left him enough money. But the extraordinary education given to Cicero suggests exactly the opposite. His family probably possessed far greater resources than later readers have sometimes imagined. The wealth of provincial Italian families could be substantial even when they lacked famous names in Rome. Land, agricultural estates, loans, investments, marriage connections, and inheritances could support an ambitious household for generations. Cicero may have been politically new, but he was not financially helpless. Understanding this background is essential because Cicero's rise is often described too simply as the triumph of a poor provincial against the Roman aristocracy. His achievement was remarkable, but not because he began with nothing. He possessed education, family support, money, and influential contacts. What he lacked was inherited political prestige. His challenge was to transform private advantages into public authority. A noble Roman could rely upon famous ancestors, family alliances, and generations of clients. Cicero had to create his own reputation through talent. His father could finance his education, but he could not provide him with a consular name. The distinction Cicero desired had to be earned in the courts and the Senate. To understand the career that followed, it is necessary to look beyond Cicero's personal education and examine the political condition of Rome itself. His life unfolded during one of the most violent transformations in ancient history. The republic in which he hoped to rise was already beginning to collapse. A complete history of Rome during Cicero's lifetime would include events stretching across the Mediterranean world. There were wars in Spain, campaigns against Mithridates, Roman expansion in the east, Caesar's conquest of Gaul, and the civil conflicts that eventually reached Pharsalus, Thapsus, and Munda. These events transformed Rome from a republic dominated by aristocratic competition into an imperial system controlled by one ruler. Cicero lived through nearly all of them, yet his writings often reveal surprisingly little interest in military events far from Rome. This may seem strange. He held the highest offices of the state, acted as protector of allied communities, served as a provincial governor, and left behind an enormous body of political correspondence. He remained active in public life for more than 3 decades. Nevertheless, his attention was centered primarily on Rome itself. Cicero cared far more about debates in the Senate, legal trials, elections, rivalries among magistrates, and the balance of political power than about the detailed progress of distant wars. His world was the forum rather than the battlefield. Caesar's conquest of Gaul provides a striking example. One of the greatest military campaigns in Roman history receives relatively limited attention in Cicero's surviving letters. He discussed it more often only because his brother Quintus served under Caesar and because Cicero had personally recommended his young legal associate Trebatius to the general. Even the Battle of Pharsalus, which decided the struggle between Caesar and Pompey, appears in Cicero's writings mainly through the despair and confusion it caused him personally. He did not approach the war as a military historian. He saw it as the destruction of the political order to which he had devoted his life. Cicero's interest in provincial government was similarly shaped by personal experience. Through his prosecution of Verres, he revealed how cruel and corrupt a Roman governor could become when left without effective supervision. Later, through his own administration of Cilicia, he attempted to show that provincial authority could be exercised with fairness, discipline, and restraint. These examples make Cicero invaluable for understanding Roman government, but they also reveal the limits of his perspective. He viewed the empire from the position of a Roman statesman concerned with law and morality. He was not primarily interested in explaining how Rome conquered the Mediterranean. He wanted to understand how Roman power should be used. Later, historians often judge Cicero in comparison with the great military leaders of his time. Some admired the successful generals so deeply that Cicero appeared weak beside them. Caesar conquered territories, defeated armies, and remade the Roman state. Cicero delivered speeches, defended constitutional principles, and repeatedly failed to stop the forces destroying the Republic. For writers who treated military victory as the highest measure of greatness, Cicero's career naturally appeared disappointing. His doubts were interpreted as insincerity, his caution as cowardice, and his political failures as evidence that his ideals had never been realistic. Yet this judgment risks misunderstanding the nature of his struggle. Cicero was not competing with Caesar on the same ground. He did not seek to become the strongest military ruler. His goal was to preserve a political system in which no single commander could dominate Rome through armed force. To understand his hopes, it is necessary to return to the generation of Marius and Sulla. Their careers revealed how Roman generals could transform military success into political control. By the time Cicero entered public life, they had already demonstrated that an army's loyalty could become more powerful than the authority of the Senate or the law. Both men achieved their greatest historical importance during Cicero's youth. Marius was already nearly 50 when Cicero was born. Like Cicero, he came from Arpinum and did not belong to Rome's ancient aristocracy. Through military ability, personal endurance, and political ambition, he rose from a relatively obscure background to the consulship. His early career made him a symbol of what a determined outsider could achieve. He won distinction in war, gained popular support, and eventually became consul an unprecedented number of times. But military success did more than bring him honor. It gave him a personal following among soldiers and allowed him to become one of the most powerful men in Rome. The rivalry between Marius and Sulla began in disputes over military reputation, particularly during the war against Jugurtha in North Africa. Marius had commanded the campaign, but Sulla played a crucial role in securing Jugurtha's capture. Each man believed that the glory belonged primarily to him. What began as jealousy gradually became a struggle for control of the state. Their followers turned political rivalry into organized violence, and Rome learned that successful generals could use soldiers against their fellow citizens. Marius's importance, therefore, extended far beyond his victories. By making warfare the foundation of his public power, he helped create a model that later commanders would follow. Sulla, Pompey, Caesar, and eventually Augustus would each demonstrate in different ways that control of an army could determine control of Rome. Cicero entered political life in the shadow of this transformation. He admired talent and understood the appeal of military glory, but he feared what happened when generals placed personal ambition above constitutional authority. His entire career would become an attempt to prove that speech, law, and civic duty could still govern a state increasingly ruled by swords. Sulla was born 32 years before Cicero and came from one of Rome's oldest patrician families. Unlike Marius, who rose from relatively humble origins, Sulla entered public life with the social advantages of noble birth. Yet aristocratic blood alone did not make him powerful. His transformation began when he was elected quaestor and sent to serve under Marius in North Africa during the war against Jugurtha. There, fortune placed him at the center of an event that would shape Roman history. Jugurtha was not captured directly by Marius. Instead, he was betrayed by his own father-in-law, King Bocchus of Mauritania, who hoped to gain Roman favor. The surrender was arranged through Sulla, and the younger officer received much of the credit. This became the seed of a deadly rivalry. Marius believed the victory belonged to him as commander, while Sulla took pride in the decisive role he had played. What began as a dispute over military honor slowly developed into hatred. Years later, Rome itself would be torn apart as the followers of these two men murdered one another in the streets. The personal jealousy between Marius and Sulla matters less than the political condition that allowed their quarrel to become so destructive. Rome had reached a point where powerful generals could struggle for control of the state as if it were private property. Each side could mark enemies for death, seize their wealth, and turn military loyalty into political authority. By the time Cicero entered adulthood, the hostility between the two commanders was becoming openly dangerous. He had already assumed the toga of manhood and briefly served in the social war, fighting under Pompeius Strabo against the Italian allies demanding Roman citizenship. During that campaign, Marius and Sulla still fought on the same side, but their rivalry had already hardened. Marius was then one of the most famous men in the Republic. He had held the consulship 6 times and had defeated the Cimbri and Teutones, northern peoples whose invasions had terrified Italy. To many Romans, he appeared to be the savior of the state. A general who had rescued the peninsula from destruction possessed almost unlimited prestige. But Marius was not a sophisticated political thinker. He became powerful because he was a soldier, and then because he was a successful commander. Once armies, victories, and popular admiration gathered around him, political authority followed almost naturally. In earlier generations, Roman magistrates became generals because the defense of the state required it. A consul commanded an army as part of his public duty. Over time, however, this relationship changed. Men increasingly sought the consulship because it offered access to military command, foreign conquest, wealth, and personal glory. The turning point came as Rome expanded beyond Italy. After the destruction of Carthaginian power and the defeat of great external enemies, conquest itself became more attractive than the simple protection of Roman territory. Foreign campaigns offered commanders money, fame, loyal soldiers, and influence far beyond anything available in ordinary politics. Gradually, the sword began to overshadow the toga. The speeches of the Forum could not compete with the rewards of military victory. Political leadership became inseparable from control of armies. Looking back, the outcome appears almost inevitable. Yet few Romans at the time fully understood where the transformation would lead. Caesar would later recognize it with extraordinary clarity. Cicero also sensed the danger, but he hated the conclusion so deeply that he struggled to accept it. His entire political life became a resistance against the rise of naked military power. He believed that law, debate, civic duty, and constitutional authority should govern Rome. His famous idea that arms should yield to the toga expressed this hope. Yet by his time, the balance had already shifted too far. Sulla had demonstrated what an army could do to Rome. Caesar would soon demonstrate it again on an even greater scale. Cicero could identify the difference between civilized government and brute force, but he mistakenly believed the old order could still be fully restored. Marius, in many respects, anticipated Caesar. He possessed immense endurance, military discipline, and the ability to control both himself and the men who followed him. His victories over the Cimbri and Teutones were among the most impressive operations of the age, and Caesar may later have studied his methods. Yet Marius remained fundamentally a general rather than a statesman. He understood how to command soldiers, exploit political opportunities, and intimidate rivals. What he lacked was a coherent plan for governing the Roman world. Sulla was different. He was no less violent, but he possessed a clearer political vision. He understood that Rome's growing territories required a stable system of control. He believed that the traditional institutions of the Republic should be strengthened or at least reshaped to serve that purpose. The immediate consequences of their struggles, however, were almost identical. Both men brought fear, murder, and revenge into Roman public life. In 87 BC, Marius and his allies seized Rome and began killing supporters of Sulla. Sulla escaped and joined the army assigned to fight Mithridates in the east. The command of this expedition had become the main object of rivalry between the two leaders. Marius wanted it despite his age, largely because he could not tolerate the idea that Sulla would receive the glory. Marius returned to power and became consul for the 7th time, but he died in 86 BC. Sulla remained in the east for several years, campaigning in Greece and Asia Minor. During his absence, Rome experienced a brief period of comparative calm. Cicero later remembered it as roughly 3 years in which the city was free from weapons. For a young scholar in his early 20s, this peace created the conditions necessary for serious study. But the calm was temporary. In 83 BC, when Cicero was around 24, Sulla returned to Italy. What followed was even more terrible than the violence of Marius. Marius had punished his enemies with brutality. Sulla turned political murder into an organized system. He introduced the proscriptions, official lists of men declared enemies of the state. Anyone whose name appeared could be killed without trial. At first, hundreds of citizens were marked for death. Sulla reportedly announced that he had written down everyone he could remember and would add forgotten names later. The lists continued to grow until thousands had been condemned. The proscriptions were not merely executions ordered by the government. They transformed the entire population into potential hunters. Anyone could kill a proscribed man, while those who offered shelter or assistance risked death themselves. Fear alone, however, was not enough to produce the scale of slaughter Sulla desired. Most people do not naturally seek the blood of strangers. Sulla therefore added profit to violence. The property of every victim was confiscated. Informers, assassins, and political allies could receive money or purchase estates at a fraction of their real value. Murder became financially rewarding. A man who killed someone on the list received a fixed payment. An informer who identified wealthy victims could earn far more. In this way, political revenge became a business. Old grudges, private debts, and greed could all be disguised as loyalty to Sulla. Some men were marked not because they had opposed the dictator, but because they owned attractive villas, farms, or houses. Ancient accounts tell of a quiet citizen who entered the forum and discovered his own name on a proscription list. Realizing that someone wanted his country estate, he understood immediately why he had been condemned. He was killed almost at once. This was the Rome in which Cicero reached maturity. Under Marius, he had been too young and politically insignificant to attract danger. His shared connection with Arpinum may also have protected him. Under Sulla, his position was somewhat safer because he leaned toward the traditional aristocratic order rather than the popular faction. Using modern language only as a rough comparison, Marius represented the popular side of Roman politics, while Sulla defended the interests of the conservative elite. Yet neither man truly represented political freedom. Marius opposed the dominance of the Senate and enjoyed humiliating the aristocracy, but he showed little concern for stable popular institutions. His connection with the people depended largely on military prestige and personal power. Sulla, by contrast, claimed to defend the old constitution. As a patrician, he presented himself as the restorer of Rome's traditional aristocratic order. Even though he concentrated almost unlimited authority in his own hands, he also attempted to revive the power of the Senate and weaken institutions associated with popular politics. There may have been in Sulla a genuine attachment to an older vision of Rome, yet that attachment existed beside extraordinary cruelty. His reforms were built upon the confiscated property and blood of thousands. The proscriptions continued for many months, from late 82 BC into the following year. Eventually, an official date was announced, after which the organized killings were supposed to end. But even then, violence could continue by special order, and the distribution of stolen property did not suddenly stop. Once his enemies had been destroyed, Sulla turned toward political reconstruction. He assumed the dictatorship and received authority greater than that of any recent Roman magistrate. The traditional offices of consul and praetor continued to exist, but their independence was sharply reduced. He increased the power and prestige of the Senate, restricted the tribunes, and attempted to restore control to the old ruling class. Yet, it is difficult to know what permanent system he truly imagined. Sulla had little reason to trust the senators whom he empowered. He must have understood their weakness, corruption, and lack of unity. He also did not create a clear successor who would inherit his authority. Unlike Caesar, he did not appear to be founding a personal dynasty. Then, after ruling with extraordinary power for roughly 3 years, he did something almost unbelievable. He resigned. Sulla voluntarily abandoned the dictatorship and returned to private life. He walked away from an office that gave him control over laws, elections, property, and life itself. Even more remarkable, he did so after creating countless enemies. Ancient writers expressed amazement at this decision, but offered no convincing explanation. Some merely reported that he gave up power. Others focused on his cruelty and later death without explaining why a man who had fought so violently to dominate Rome suddenly withdrew. Perhaps Sulla believed his task was complete. In the early Republic, dictators were appointed temporarily to deal with specific emergencies. Once the crisis had passed, they resigned. No one had held such an office for well over a century, and the traditional dictatorship had usually lasted only a few months. Sulla may have imagined himself as a new version of those ancient figures. He had destroyed his opponents, rewritten the laws, and restored the authority of the Senate as he understood it. Having completed this mission, he could claim that he was returning Rome to normal government. The constitution he restored, however, was already hollow. Its offices and ceremonies survived, but the spirit that had once sustained them had been weakened beyond repair. Still, Roman society remembered the old traditions so strongly that Sulla's resignation did not appear entirely unnatural. A dictator was expected, at least in theory, to step down after completing his work. The substance of the Republic was disappearing, but its memory remained powerful. Romans could still recognize the forms of constitutional life even when the reality beneath them had begun to collapse. Sulla's career revealed the central tragedy of the late Republic. A man could destroy the law in order to claim that he was restoring it. He could massacre citizens, seize absolute power, and then present his retirement as proof of respect for tradition. Cicero would spend much of his life trying to preserve those same traditions without repeating Sulla's violence. Yet he lived in a world where the old institutions survived mostly through habit, while real power increasingly belonged to generals and armies. After stepping away from power, Sulla appears to have lived without facing serious attempts on his life. Although he no longer held the title of dictator, it is unlikely that he completely abandoned the influence and protection he had accumulated. His authority may have diminished, but the network of loyal supporters surrounding him remained strong enough to discourage revenge. Only a year after his retirement, however, he died at the age of 61. Ancient accounts describe him as physically vigorous until the end, though some claim he suffered from a severe skin disease that made his final months deeply unpleasant. For centuries, historians have struggled to judge Sulla fairly. His name became inseparable from political murder, confiscation, and terror, yet some writers have argued that beneath his cruelty lay a genuine attempt to rescue the Roman Republic from chaos. They point out that after defeating his enemies, he did not simply enjoy absolute power. Instead, he tried to rebuild the institutions of government and restore political order. Some historians have gone so far as to describe him as a statesman whose achievements outweighed his crimes. Others have portrayed him as a reluctant dictator who used violence only because he believed it necessary for the survival of the state. More modern scholars have even compared certain aspects of his character to figures such as George Washington, arguing that, unlike many ambitious rulers, Sulla eventually surrendered power voluntarily. Such comparisons remain deeply controversial. Whatever political intentions Sulla may have possessed, they cannot erase the reality of the massacres that accompanied his rule. Thousands died, countless families lost their property, and fear became a permanent feature of Roman political life. Any attempt to praise his constitutional reforms must confront the bloodshed upon which they were built. For understanding Cicero, however, the debate over Sulla's personal character matters for a different reason. In many respects, Cicero became the statesman he was precisely because Sulla had transformed Rome as he did. Cicero openly condemned the proscriptions and confiscations. Even while Sulla's influence remained strong, he criticized the corruption and injustice that had flourished under the dictatorship. Few young advocates would have dared to attack men connected with the regime, yet Cicero did so repeatedly. At the same time, he believed that Rome's best hope still rested with the Senate, the traditional constitution, and the legal institutions that Sulla claimed to have restored. Cicero hated the methods, but still valued the principles that, in theory, Sulla defended. Modern historians often reject those institutions altogether. They argue that by the 1st century BC, the Roman oligarchy had become hopelessly corrupt. The Senate no longer represented wisdom or public virtue. Instead, it served the interests of a narrow aristocratic elite whose selfishness prevented meaningful reform. Judged with the benefit of hindsight, this criticism appears convincing. The old republican system eventually collapsed, unable to resist men like Pompey, Caesar, Antony, and Octavian. Yet hindsight can easily become unfair. Historians know how the story ends. Cicero did not. Living in the middle of the crisis, he could not foresee every consequence that later generations now regard as inevitable. Like many of his contemporaries, he believed that determined leadership, constitutional reform, and renewed public morality might still revive the Republic. Sulla himself almost certainly shared this belief. He appears to have imagined that once the Marian faction had been destroyed and the authority of the Senate strengthened, political balance would return naturally. From his perspective, extraordinary violence had restored ordinary government. History proved otherwise, but that failure was not yet obvious. One of the greatest differences between the modern world and Cicero's own lies in the meaning of liberty. Today, the word generally implies equal political rights shared by all citizens, regardless of wealth or birth. Cicero understood freedom very differently. For him, liberty belonged primarily to Roman citizens who possessed political rights within the Republic. It meant protection against arbitrary power, participation in public affairs, and the preservation of constitutional government. This freedom did not extend equally to everyone living under Roman rule. Millions throughout the Roman world remained slaves with virtually no legal rights. Many provincial communities enjoyed only limited protection under Roman governors. Even among the free population of Italy, political privilege was restricted to a relatively small class of citizens. Cicero rarely questioned this arrangement. He believed deeply in justice, but his idea of justice remained tied to Roman citizenship rather than universal human equality. The notion that every individual, regardless of nationality or social status, deserved the same political freedom had not yet emerged. Such an idea would develop much later under the influence of different religious and philosophical traditions. Nevertheless, within the limits of his own age, Cicero remained passionately devoted to liberty. Throughout his career, he struggled to defend constitutional government because he believed that, without it, Rome would inevitably fall under the rule of ambitious military dictators. The expulsion of Rome's kings had become one of the Republic's founding legends. Romans believed their ancestors had overthrown monarchy because no single man should possess unlimited authority. Although the Republic eventually evolved into an aristocratic system dominated by wealthy families, its institutions still rested upon the principle that public decisions required the participation of Roman citizens. For centuries, elections, assemblies, and public debate remained central features of political life. Of course, this system was far from perfect. Powerful patrons often controlled the votes of their dependents. Wealthy candidates bribed voters directly or indirectly. Grain distributions, magnificent public games, promises of land, and expensive entertainments all became tools for winning elections. Political corruption spread steadily as Rome grew richer. Yet corruption alone did not convince Cicero that constitutional government should be abandoned. No society, he believed, had ever achieved perfect political honesty. The existence of bribery did not justify replacing elections with dictatorship. Even flawed liberty remained preferable to government resting solely upon military force. He understood better than most how serious Rome's problems had become. He had witnessed the dictatorships of both Marius and Sulla. He had seen traditional institutions manipulated, suspended, and nearly destroyed. Even so, he refused to believe that the Republic was beyond saving. His hope rested on the conviction that patriotism, education, legal reform, and responsible leadership could breathe new life into Rome's ancient constitution. It was an optimistic belief, perhaps even an unrealistic one, but it was sincere. Many later historians dismissed this hope as naive because they already knew the Republic would collapse. Cicero, however, stood inside the crisis rather than beyond it. He judged possibilities, not certainties. From his perspective, surrendering constitutional government meant accepting endless cycles of military dictatorship. Marius had ruled through violence. Sulla had answered with even greater violence. If the Republic disappeared completely, others would surely follow the same path. Looking back today, we recognize the extraordinary scale of Rome's achievement. Beginning as a small settlement beside the Tiber River, it gradually expanded until it ruled nearly the entire Mediterranean world. Few political systems have ever exercised such influence over so many peoples for so long. This success demanded remarkable qualities. Roman courage, discipline, organization, administrative skill, and political adaptability allowed a modest city-state to build one of history's greatest empires. Yet identifying the period of Rome's greatest moral strength is far more difficult than measuring its military expansion. The legendary age of the kings belongs largely to myth and governed only a tiny territory. The early republic repeatedly struggled for survival against neighboring peoples. More than once, it appeared close to destruction. The sack of Rome by Brennus and the Gauls revealed the city's vulnerability. Later, during the Samnite Wars, Roman armies even suffered humiliating defeats such as the disaster at the Caudine Forks. Although Rome eventually established dominance over Italy, its supremacy remained uncertain until the long conflict with Carthage. The Second Punic War brought the Republic to the edge of collapse. Hannibal repeatedly crushed Roman armies at Trebia, Lake Trasimene, and Cannae. At several moments, complete defeat seemed entirely possible. Only with Scipio Africanus's victory at Zama did Rome finally secure its position as the leading military power of the Western Mediterranean. If one were forced to identify a golden age of Roman greatness, many would choose this period. Yet even then, the seeds of future decline had already appeared. Foreign conquest brought enormous wealth, personal ambition, and opportunities for individual generals to accumulate influence beyond anything earlier generations had imagined. Campaigns in Greece and the Eastern Mediterranean expanded Rome's territory while simultaneously weakening the moral discipline that had helped build the Republic. Victories against Macedon, Antiochus, and other rivals increased Roman power, but they also encouraged competition for glory, wealth, and political dominance. Soon afterward came the Gracchi, whose attempts at reform revealed how deeply Roman society had become divided. Their proposals challenged entrenched interests, while the violent reactions to those proposals demonstrated that political compromise was becoming increasingly difficult. Then followed the Jugurthine War, exposing corruption within Rome's military leadership, and the terrifying invasions of the Cimbri and Teutones, which threatened Italy itself. These crises elevated Marius to unprecedented prominence and prepared the stage for his struggle against Sulla. By the time Cicero entered public life, the Republic had already endured decades of military emergencies, political assassinations, civil conflict, and constitutional breakdown. Many modern historians therefore describe this era as one of almost complete political decay. Yet Cicero refused to surrender hope. He understood Rome's weaknesses better than most of his contemporaries. He saw corruption, factional hatred, and personal ambition spreading through every level of government. Even so, he continued believing that law could triumph over violence, that eloquence could overcome force, and that constitutional government remained worth defending. History ultimately proved him unsuccessful. But failure does not diminish the nobility of the struggle. Cicero devoted his life to preserving a political order that he believed had given Rome its greatness. While others sought personal supremacy through armies, he placed his faith in institutions, debate, and the rule of law. Whether or not his vision could ever have succeeded remains uncertain. What cannot be doubted is that his lifelong defense of the Republic grew not from blindness to Rome's problems, but from an unwavering conviction that civilization itself depended upon resisting the rule of the sword. Every nation appears flawed when judged with the advantage of hindsight. Looking backward, historians can easily identify the weaknesses that eventually led to decline. The seeds of collapse become obvious only after history has already revealed their consequences. The same observation applies not only to ancient Rome, but to every great civilization. England, for example, often remembers the reign of Elizabeth I as a golden age, yet contemporaries lived under constant danger. A single change in fortune could have placed the kingdom beneath Spanish domination. Later generations witnessed religious conflict, arbitrary government, corruption, civil war, and political instability under successive monarchs. Even periods now celebrated as foundations of modern Britain were filled with uncertainty, injustice, and bitter criticism. Every generation tends to believe that its own political system is decaying. Citizens regularly warn that liberty is disappearing, public morality is weakening, and government has become corrupt beyond repair. Future historians will almost certainly identify flaws in our own age that remain invisible to many people living through it. The same was true for Cicero. Unlike modern historians, he could not look back across centuries with complete knowledge of Rome's future. He saw only the achievements already accomplished and the dangers immediately before him. Because he genuinely loved his country, he convinced himself that what had been damaged might still be repaired. The leading figures of his age reached a very different conclusion. Marius, Sulla, Pompey, Caesar, and eventually Augustus all recognized that the traditional institutions of government had become too weak to control the expanding Roman world. Instead of trying to restore the old balance, each sought to gather supreme authority into his own hands. Their motives differed. Some may have believed they were saving the Republic, while others undoubtedly pursued personal glory above everything else. Yet the result was essentially the same. Each concluded that Rome could no longer be governed through its ancient constitutional system. Cicero never accepted that conclusion. Throughout his entire political career, one hope remained constant. Authority should be returned to the lawful institutions of the Republic rather than concentrated in the hands of one extraordinary individual. Even those who criticize Cicero most severely usually admit this point. Whatever mistakes he made, his devotion to constitutional government remained remarkably consistent. He understood perfectly well that the Republic was deeply damaged. The city still contained men who had enriched themselves through murder during the dictatorships of Marius and Sulla. Veterans of political massacres had not suddenly become peaceful citizens simply because the civil wars had ended. Ambitious and violent figures continued moving through Roman politics, waiting for new opportunities. Among them was Catiline, who would soon become one of the greatest threats Cicero ever faced. The legal system itself had barely recovered. During Sulla's dictatorship, ordinary courts had effectively ceased to function. The dictator's will carried greater authority than established law, while the houses of his closest supporters often became more influential than the official courts of justice. The Senate had learned obedience through fear. The tribunes, once defenders of popular rights, had been stripped of much of their influence. When Cicero entered public life, Rome was no longer openly at war, yet the entire political system still trembled from the violence that had recently engulfed it. The consuls owed their positions largely to Sulla's influence. The army remained loyal to men rather than institutions. The courts had reopened only because Sulla allowed them to do so. The organized killings had officially ended, not because the Republic had regained its strength, but because the dictator had decided the slaughter was complete. At first glance, such circumstances offered little reason for optimism. Yet there remained one crucial difference between dictatorship and complete collapse. The outward structure of the Republic still existed. Consuls continued to be elected. Praetors still administered justice. Quaestors supervised public finances. Aediles managed civic affairs. Even the tribunes, though weakened, continued to hold office. These institutions no longer possessed the authority they had once enjoyed, but they had survived. For Cicero, this survival represented hope. If honest and capable men could once again fill these offices, perhaps constitutional government could gradually recover its strength. He believed that his own career might contribute to that revival. Serving the Republic through law and public office seemed a far better path than seeking power through military command. Few accusations have been repeated against Cicero more often than the claim that he lacked sincerity. His critics argue that he frequently adjusted his political language according to circumstances, flattering powerful men when necessary and criticizing them when convenient. Others have claimed that he abandoned democratic principles after climbing into the highest ranks of Roman society and became simply another defender of aristocratic privilege. Such judgments oversimplify both the man and his political world. Cicero's methods certainly changed according to events. Sometimes he cooperated with Caesar. At other moments, he opposed him. He attempted compromises with Pompey, negotiated with political rivals, praised men whom he later criticized, and criticized men whom he later supported. These apparent inconsistencies have often been mistaken for changes in principle. In reality, his central objective remained remarkably stable. He consistently sought whatever course seemed most likely to preserve constitutional government. His alliances shifted because Roman politics itself changed with extraordinary speed. The Republic was collapsing beneath him, forcing every statesman to make painful choices between imperfect alternatives. Judging those choices without considering the circumstances risks misunderstanding the nature of political life during the final decades of the Republic. With this background established, Cicero's public career truly begins. Like many ambitious Romans, he first built his reputation through legal advocacy. Success in the courts often opened the path toward political office, much as distinguished lawyers in later centuries frequently entered government after establishing themselves at the bar. The exact year in which Cicero argued his first case remains uncertain. He probably began accepting smaller legal matters around 81 BC when he was about 25 years old. His earliest surviving speeches belong to the following year. One defended Publius Quinctius in a civil dispute. The other, far more famous, defended Sextus Roscius of Ameria against a charge of murder. Although collections of Cicero's speeches often place the Quinctius case first, the defense of Sextus Roscius almost certainly came earlier. Several details point toward this conclusion. In the Roscius speech, Cicero remarks that he has never before appeared in a public criminal trial, implying that he had handled only private legal matters until then. In the Quinctius case, however, he refers to earlier courtroom experience, suggesting that his confidence had already grown. The political atmosphere also supports this sequence. During the Roscius trial, Sulla still held dictatorial authority. The memories of the proscriptions remained painfully fresh, and confiscated property was still changing hands under questionable legal arrangements. In the Quinctius speech, by contrast, Cicero speaks of those terrible events as belonging somewhat more clearly to the past. The defense of Sextus Roscius therefore marks the true beginning of Cicero's public career. He was about 27 years old. The official proscriptions had ended, yet their consequences continued to dominate Roman society. Although Sulla no longer formally authorized confiscations, influential men still profited from property originally seized during the dictatorship. Remarkably, Cicero did not attack Sulla directly. Instead, he compared the dictator to Jupiter himself. Just as the supreme god could not personally control every storm, every drought, or every disaster occurring across the world, neither could Sulla supervise every dishonest action committed in his name. This comparison allowed Cicero to criticize corruption while avoiding an open assault upon the dictator himself. Whether he truly believed Sulla innocent is another matter. More likely, the comparison provided a politically safe method of exposing injustice without provoking immediate retaliation. The story of Sextus Roscius deserves careful attention because it offers one of the clearest windows into everyday life during the aftermath of Sulla's dictatorship. It contains almost every element of a great historical drama. There is murder committed in darkness. There is greed disguised as legal authority. There are powerful conspirators manipulating the courts. There is an innocent man facing execution. And standing almost alone against them is a young advocate beginning his career. The case also reveals something even more valuable than political history. It shows ordinary life beneath the great events. History often remembers battles, elections, and famous leaders. Far more rarely does it reveal how ordinary citizens lived amid violence, fear, corruption, and uncertainty. The Roscius case provides precisely that opportunity. The official date ending Sulla's proscriptions had already passed. According to the dictator's decree, the legalized executions were over. Only a few months later, however, a wealthy landowner named Sextus Roscius was returning home after dinner when he was murdered in the streets of Rome. He was accompanied by servants, but nevertheless fell victim to unknown attackers. His killers have never been identified with certainty. Roscius possessed excellent political connections. He enjoyed friendships with members of some of Rome's most distinguished noble families. Nothing suggests that he had ever been condemned as an enemy of the state. On the contrary, he appears to have maintained friendly relations with men connected to Sulla himself. He was also extremely wealthy. Ancient estimates valued his fortune at roughly 6 million sesterces, an enormous sum capable of attracting dangerous attention. His death therefore seems unlikely to have been random. Everything points toward robbery and political greed rather than personal revenge. Almost immediately after the murder, his property was seized. His household possessions disappeared. His slaves were taken. His numerous estates were divided among others. Exactly how this happened remains uncertain. Legally, confiscation should have been impossible. Roscius had never appeared on the official proscription lists. The period of state-sponsored confiscations had supposedly ended months earlier, yet somehow influential men behaved as though he had indeed been proscribed. Perhaps they falsely claimed his name had appeared on an earlier list. Perhaps they simply relied upon the confusion still dominating Roman administration. Whatever the method, they treated his wealth as abandoned property available for seizure. The machinery of the proscriptions had officially stopped. The habits created by the proscriptions had not. Men who had grown accustomed to enriching themselves through confiscation simply continued searching for new victims. The murder of Sextus Roscius would soon expose this entire system before a Roman court. For the young Cicero, accepting the defense meant confronting individuals who still enjoyed powerful political protection. It would become not merely his first great legal victory, but also the moment in which Rome first recognized the extraordinary courage and eloquence that would define the rest of his career. The man now standing trial, Sextus Roscius, could hardly have been more different from the political figures who filled the streets of Rome. Unlike ambitious senators or wealthy businessmen, he spent almost his entire life in the countryside near Ameria, managing his father's estates. The capital, with all of its intrigue and violence, was a world he rarely entered. His life revolved around fields, harvests, laborers, and the daily responsibilities of agriculture. Everything we know about his personality comes largely through Cicero's defense, so some caution is necessary. Every advocate naturally presents his client in the best possible light. Even so, Cicero was careful not to invent obvious falsehoods. Instead, he emphasized traits that could not easily be challenged. He portrayed Roscius as a quiet, middle-aged farmer who preferred work to luxury. He was devoted to his father, faithfully managed the family estates, and showed little interest in public life or political ambition. If anything, Cicero suggested, his greatest fault was his simplicity. He was a man who trusted others too easily because he understood almost nothing about the corruption of Rome. The prosecutor, Erucius, attempted to turn these same characteristics against him. During his opening speech, he mocked rural life, implying that Roscius's isolation and rough manners revealed a suspicious character. Cicero immediately reversed the argument. He reminded the judges that agriculture had once been considered the noblest occupation in the Republic. In earlier generations, Rome's greatest leaders had proudly left their farms to serve as consuls before returning to the plow once their public duties ended. Farming, he argued, had never been a disgrace. It was the profession that had built Rome itself. Yet even while praising agriculture, Cicero painted a picture of a man who seemed completely unsuited to political life. Roscius appears almost painfully withdrawn. He avoided social gatherings, disliked city life, and preferred solitude to conversation. According to the prosecution, he rarely attended celebrations or public entertainments. Rather than denying this claim, Cicero embraced it. How could a man uninterested in pleasure suddenly become driven by greed and violence? How could someone who lived quietly among fields transform overnight into a calculating murderer? The very habits presented as evidence against Roscius became, in Cicero's hands, proof of his innocence. The family itself had once consisted of 2 sons. The elder Roscius had kept one son close to him in Rome, while the other remained in the countryside supervising the estates. The son living in the city eventually died, leaving Sextus as the only surviving heir. This arrangement would later become important. A country farmer, unfamiliar with Rome's politics and possessing few influential connections, made an ideal target. His awkward personality and limited social circle made him appear suspicious enough that many people could easily believe the accusation against him. Yet the central question remained unavoidable. Why accuse him at all? What possible motive could explain such a crime? Unlike many accused murderers, Roscius gained absolutely nothing from his father's death. In fact, the murder destroyed his life. Everything that had once sustained him disappeared almost immediately. The farms he managed no longer belonged to him. The livestock vanished. The agricultural equipment was seized. Even the slaves working on the estates were taken away. His inheritance disappeared before he had any opportunity to claim it. Rather than becoming wealthy, he found himself ruined. The property had fallen into the hands of professional confiscators, men who specialized in seizing estates during the years of the prescriptions. Whether they officially auctioned the goods or simply divided them among themselves mattered little. The result was the same. Roscius was left with nothing. Cicero openly identified the men who benefited from the crime. Two distant relatives, both named Titus Roscius, quickly appeared among those controlling the dead man's property. One of them, Titus Roscius Magnus, lived in Rome and seems to have built a reputation through the dangerous business of informing against others during the dictatorship. The second, Titus Roscius Capito, lived mainly in Ameria, but according to Cicero, had eagerly learned the methods of his associate. Neither acted alone. Standing behind them was Chrysogonus, one of Sulla's most influential freedmen. Although technically a former slave, Chrysogonus possessed enormous political influence because of his close relationship with the dictator. He handled many of the confiscations carried out during the proscriptions and became immensely wealthy through the process. Cicero suggests that Chrysogonus received the largest share of Roscius's fortune. Capito himself reportedly acquired 3 valuable farms from the estate, while the remaining property disappeared into the hands of the conspirators. Naturally, all of these accusations came from Cicero's side of the courtroom. Like every advocate, he relied heavily upon information supplied by his client and his supporters. Ancient Roman lawyers did not work through the modern system of attorneys, but they still assembled evidence, gathered statements, and built their arguments from available testimony. Whether every detail was perfectly accurate cannot be known. What matters is that Cicero presented a coherent explanation in which every important beneficiary of the murder stood among the accusers rather than beside the victim. Roscius himself described the consequences of the crime with heartbreaking simplicity. His entire household had disappeared. His servants had been taken. His property had vanished. He possessed nothing. What more, he asked, could his enemies possibly want? They had already stolen everything he owned. Why continue persecuting him? How could a man stripped of his inheritance threaten those who had already divided his father's fortune among themselves? This appeal was designed to awaken sympathy, and like all emotional arguments, it should not be accepted uncritically. Yet, it reveals something important. At the time of the trial, Roscius had made no successful attempt to recover his inheritance. Even so, Chrysogonus apparently feared that influential friends might eventually help him reclaim his property. Removing Roscius entirely therefore became the safest solution. The plan was terrifyingly simple. The old man had already been murdered. His estates had already been confiscated. Now the surviving heir needed to disappear as well. The accusation chosen was perhaps the most horrifying imaginable. Roscius was charged with murdering his own father. If convicted, he would suffer one of the most infamous punishments in Roman law. A parricide was sewn alive inside a leather sack together with animals and thrown into deep water to drown. It was a punishment reserved for crimes considered so unnatural that ordinary execution seemed insufficient. The accusation itself rested upon an extremely weak foundation. Erucius claimed that Roscius hated his father because he expected to be disinherited. According to the prosecution, fear of losing the inheritance drove the son to arrange the murder. The problem was that no evidence supported this theory. No witness could testify that the father intended to alter his will. No serious quarrel had been demonstrated. No history of violence or family conflict existed. The alleged motive rested entirely upon speculation. Cicero dismantled it piece by piece. There had been no lasting hatred between father and son. Roscius had faithfully managed the family estates for years. Nothing suggested that his father wished to remove him as heir. More importantly, the practical circumstances made the accusation almost impossible to believe. The murder occurred in Rome. Roscius himself was roughly 50 miles away at Ameria, where he almost never left his farm. The prosecution admitted that Rome was filled with hired killers. But if professional assassins had carried out the crime, who was more likely to have hired them? A simple farmer who scarcely knew anyone in the capital? Or experienced political operators already accustomed to violence, who possessed both the necessary connections and an obvious financial motive? Another crucial piece of evidence remained hidden. 2 slaves had accompanied the elder Roscius on the night of the murder. Surely they had seen something. Surely they knew who attacked their master. yet neither appeared before the court. This silence introduces one of the darker features of Roman justice. Slaves could testify in legal proceedings only after being tortured. Roman law accepted torture as an ordinary method of discovering truth from enslaved witnesses. To modern readers, the practice seems horrifying, but ancient writers discussed it with remarkably little emotion. It had become so routine that few considered it unusual. Sometimes, owners even granted slaves their freedom before trial to prevent them from being tortured into revealing damaging information. The procedure itself followed a grim logic. The slave understood that one answer might lead to terrible suffering, while another could save him from the instruments of torture. Judges listened to such testimony despite the obvious pressures placed upon the witness. In Roscius's case, however, even this evidence remained unavailable. The two household slaves no longer belonged to the murdered man's estate. Like everything else, they had passed into the possession of Chrysogonus or the two Tituses. Roman law did not allow slaves to testify against their own masters without permission. Naturally, that permission was refused. Cicero repeatedly demanded that the witnesses be produced. He knew perfectly well that the request would almost certainly be rejected. Even so, the refusal itself strengthened his argument. If the prosecution truly sought justice, why hide the only eyewitnesses? Why prevent the court from hearing those most likely to know the truth? By this stage, Cicero had gradually shifted suspicion away from his client and toward the men profiting from the murder. He invited the judges to compare two possibilities. On one side stood a man who had lost everything and now faced execution. On the other stood individuals who had suddenly become wealthy through the victim's death. Which story sounded more believable? He then turned directly toward Titus Roscius Magnus, who was present in the courtroom. The confrontation was remarkably bold. Who had benefited from the crime? The impoverished son, or the man who now possessed the dead man's estates? Who had lived by honest labor, and who had already built a reputation for greed and violence? The contrast required no elaborate explanation. The facts themselves seemed to answer the question. Cicero then reconstructed the hours immediately following the murder. The elder Roscius was killed late in the evening while returning home from dinner. Yet before dawn, news had already reached Ameria nearly 50 miles away. Such speed immediately raised suspicion. A messenger named Mallius Glaucia, closely associated with Titus Roscius Magnus, traveled through the night carrying the news directly to Titus Roscius Capito. Why such extraordinary urgency? How had Glaucia learned of the murder so quickly? Why was it essential that Capito receive the information before anyone else? Cicero claimed he could imagine only one explanation. Capito already expected the news. After all, he had quickly received 3 valuable farms from the dead man's estate. The timing appeared far too convenient to be accidental. At first, however, the conspirators probably had no intention of accusing the son. They likely assumed that the atmosphere of fear created by the proscriptions would discourage any investigation. For years, people had watched neighbors disappear while their property was confiscated. Most survivors remained silent. Questioning powerful men seemed dangerous. The conspirators expected Roscius to behave the same way. They underestimated one important fact. The young farmer possessed influential friends in Rome. Now, several belonged to distinguished families with connections extending even into Sulla's own political circle. Once these supporters became involved, the quiet confiscation suddenly threatened to become a public scandal. Only then did a new strategy emerge. If the rightful heir could be condemned as a parricide, no one would remain to challenge the seizure of the property. The accusation itself became another tool for protecting stolen wealth. Meanwhile, the conspirators also needed to ensure that Sulla himself remained uninformed. Although Chrysogonus enjoyed enormous influence, direct attention from the dictator might have exposed the fraud. News of the murder eventually reached Ameria, where the victim had been one of the town's most respected citizens. Shocked by what had happened, local leaders decided to send a delegation to Sulla. Their hope was simple. If the dictator personally investigated the matter, perhaps justice could still be achieved. Ironically, Titus Roscius Capito, the very man accused of profiting from the crime, was selected as one of the delegates and soon became their spokesman. The mission never succeeded. Through the influence of Chrysogonus, the delegation never gained direct access to Sulla. Instead, they were persuaded that Chrysogonus himself would handle the affair. Satisfied with these promises, they returned home. Nothing changed. Whether the delegation acted in complete good faith or whether some members quietly accepted rewards remains impossible to determine. Cicero himself avoided pressing this point too strongly. Perhaps he lacked decisive evidence. Perhaps exposing too many influential figures at once would have weakened his central argument. Whatever the reason, one conclusion remained unmistakable. The investigation had been quietly buried before it ever reached the only man with authority to reverse the confiscation. By the time the trial began, the conspiracy had already succeeded in silencing witnesses, controlling the evidence, seizing the property, and redirecting suspicion toward the victim's own son. Against this carefully constructed scheme stood only one young advocate beginning his public career, and the extraordinary power of his voice. Although Sextus Roscius had lost nearly everything, the conspiracy against him was far from over. Terrified by the influence of Chrysogonus and the two Titus Rossi, he initially abandoned any attempt to recover his inheritance and remained silent. His reaction was understandable. Like many ordinary Italians, he had witnessed the horrors of Sulla's proscriptions and knew that challenging powerful men often meant death. Eventually, however, he sought protection from influential friends of his family in Rome. Instead of receiving justice, he suddenly found himself accused of the worst crime imaginable, the murder of his own father. Cicero immediately shifted the attention of the court away from Roscius and toward the suspicious handling of the murdered man's property. He repeatedly asked why the estates had been confiscated after the legal period for prescriptions had already expired, and why land worth millions of sesterces had been sold for an absurdly low price. These questions formed the foundation of his defense. If the confiscation itself had been illegal, then the motive behind the accusation became painfully obvious. The young advocate then painted one of the most memorable portraits in all of his surviving speeches. Chrysogonus, Sulla's immensely wealthy freedman, was described as a man intoxicated by sudden fortune. Cicero invited the judges to picture him moving proudly through the forum with carefully groomed hair, expensive perfumes, luxurious clothing, and a crowd of followers surrounding him. Though once a slave, Chrysogonus behaved like one of the masters of Rome, convinced that no citizen stood above him. He had become, as Cicero sarcastically remarked, the happiest and most powerful man in the Republic, enriched by the suffering of others. The trial itself attracted enormous attention because it belonged to the category of causae publicae, important criminal prosecutions heard before a large judicial panel rather than a single magistrate. The presiding praetor supervised the proceedings while dozens of senatorial judges listened to the arguments before casting their votes. Their responsibility was not to question witnesses directly, but to hear the speeches of both sides and then determine the verdict. Each judge could vote to convict, acquit, or declare that the evidence was insufficient, a procedure remarkably similar to the Scottish verdict of not proven. By Sulla's reforms, these jurors were chosen exclusively from the Senate. In theory, this ensured that educated and experienced men judged important cases. In reality, the system had become deeply corrupt. Senators protected members of their own order whenever possible, fearing that one day they themselves might stand accused. Bribery had become so common that justice often depended less upon evidence than upon wealth and political influence. Cicero fully understood the condition of Rome's courts. He knew that many trials were effectively decided before they even began. Wealthy defendants purchased favorable verdicts, influential politicians intimidated judges, and ordinary citizens stood little chance against powerful enemies. Because of this, Cicero adopted a strategy that would characterize much of his early career. Rather than relying solely upon legal arguments, he transformed major trials into public spectacles. If a case passed quietly through the courts, judges could easily sell their votes without attracting attention. But if an advocate possessed enough brilliance to fill the forum with spectators, excite public opinion, and force all Rome to discuss the proceedings, corruption became far more dangerous. Judges feared public disgrace almost as much as they loved bribes. Cicero therefore believed that eloquence itself could become a weapon against judicial corruption. In the Roscius trial, this strategy proved essential. Had the case been handled by an ordinary lawyer, the frightened farmer would probably have been condemned, executed, and forgotten, while those responsible divided his property among themselves. Instead, Cicero's extraordinary oratory turned the trial into one of the most talked about events in Rome, making it increasingly difficult for the judges to ignore the evidence or openly favor Chrysogonus. Throughout his career, Cicero excelled in three distinct kinds of public speaking. Most commonly, he appeared before courts of law, either arguing criminal cases before large judicial panels or civil disputes before a single judge appointed by the praetor. These legal speeches established his reputation and remained the foundation of his professional life. He also addressed the Roman people in public assemblies known as conciones. These gatherings were called to discuss important political questions or to prepare citizens for legislative decisions. Some of his most famous speeches against Catiline belong to this category, where persuasion depended not upon legal precision, but upon the ability to inspire and influence a crowd. Finally, Cicero frequently spoke before the Senate itself. Here the purpose was political rather than judicial. Senators debated matters affecting the Republic, foreign policy, war, finance, and public administration. Success required not only eloquence, but also deep understanding of constitutional procedure and political alliances. Later in life, under extraordinary circumstances, Cicero would also plead directly before Julius Caesar himself, as happened in the defenses of Ligarius and King Diotarus. In such cases, the ruler acted as sole judge, requiring yet another style of persuasion. Few Roman speakers demonstrated equal mastery in so many different settings. The speeches surviving today should not be imagined as exact transcripts of what Roman audiences originally heard. Some were revised before publication, polished for literary effect, and expanded with arguments that could not have been delivered during the actual proceedings. Others, including several speeches against Verres and the famous Second Philippic, were never spoken publicly at all but written afterward for circulation. Even speeches that were genuinely delivered often differed substantially from the published versions. The defense of Milo, for example, survives as one of the greatest masterpieces of Latin prose, yet ancient witnesses tell us that Cicero, overwhelmed by the hostile atmosphere surrounding the trial, never delivered the speech as we read it today. The surviving text represents the perfected version rather than the interrupted reality. Like every great writer, Cicero revised his work carefully before allowing it to circulate. Ancient tradition even credits his loyal secretary Tiro with helping arrange and edit many of the speeches after they had been delivered. The magnificent prose admired today therefore combines spontaneous brilliance with deliberate literary craftsmanship. Even so, contemporary evidence leaves little doubt about the extraordinary power of Cicero's spoken performance. His reputation rested not merely upon elegant writing, but upon his remarkable presence before an audience. The Roscius trial almost certainly took place outdoors in the Roman Forum. Temporary seating surrounded the praetor and the panel of senatorial judges, all dressed in their white togas, marked with broad purple stripes identifying their rank. Friends and supporters of both prosecution and defense occupied nearby benches, while beyond them gathered an enormous crowd attracted by curiosity, politics, and the promise of dramatic oratory. By this time, Cicero was still a relatively young advocate, yet his growing reputation had already begun attracting large audiences. Rumors had spread that he intended to challenge powerful figures connected with Sulla's regime. Many spectators undoubtedly came not merely to observe a murder trial, but to hear whether anyone would dare criticize Chrysogonus in public. The scene differed greatly from a modern courtroom. Roman trials combined politics, theater, and public ceremony. Appearance mattered almost as much as argument. Orators carefully considered every movement, every gesture, every fold of the toga, and every change in the tone of the voice. Later, teachers of rhetoric, especially Quintilian, devoted entire chapters to these details. They instructed advocates on how high the left arm should be raised, how the toga should fall across the shoulder, when the folds should be rearranged during a speech, how the head should turn toward the judges, and even how the hair should be combed. Excessive elegance was condemned, but untidiness was equally unacceptable. The successful advocate projected dignity without vanity. Cicero had almost certainly mastered these techniques while still in his 20s. Years of rhetorical training had taught him how to unite physical presence with verbal brilliance. His gestures reinforced his arguments, his clothing reflected his status, and his carefully controlled voice carried across the open forum. These external qualities, combined with intellectual power, made his performances unforgettable. Today, Sextus Roscius survives only as a name in history, yet the trial itself remains one of the finest legal dramas of the ancient world. It contains political conspiracy, corruption, murder, greed, judicial manipulation, and the first great public triumph of the man who would become Rome's greatest orator. Before departing for Greece, Cicero continued accepting legal work. Among his surviving speeches from this period is the defense of Publius Quinctius, while another, now lost, protected the rights of a woman from Arretium whose legal status had been threatened by one of Sulla's laws. Even in this case, Cicero showed remarkable independence by criticizing measures introduced under the dictatorship, and once again he secured victory for his client. Soon afterward, he left Italy to continue his education abroad. During his absence, Sulla died, but Rome remained unstable. Lepidus proved an ineffective consul, while Sertorius established an alternative Roman government in Spain, challenging the authority of the Senate with considerable success. Cicero's surviving writings reveal little about his private opinions during these years because almost none of his correspondence has survived. His speeches, however, clearly demonstrate that he remained deeply troubled by the corruption infecting Rome's legal system. At this stage of life, politics still occupied second place behind his professional development. A young advocate first had to establish himself at the bar before assuming greater public responsibilities. Only after mastering his profession could he hope to influence the government of the Republic. Some later stories claim that after returning from Greece, Cicero briefly considered abandoning public life for philosophy. His enthusiasm for Greek intellectual culture became so well known that acquaintances jokingly nicknamed him the Greek, or the Sophist. Yet these stories exaggerate the situation. Philosophy fascinated Cicero throughout his life, but it never displaced his true ambition. His goal had always been larger than becoming a scholar. He envisioned a distinguished public career combining political influence, legal excellence, literary achievement, cultivated learning, comfortable wealth, and devoted service to his country. Greek philosophy enriched this vision but never replaced it. Although he admired many philosophical schools, he accepted none of them completely. Their subtle arguments interested him intellectually, yet he found many of their conclusions too abstract for practical statesmanship. His writings repeatedly show that he valued philosophy as a guide to life rather than as a system demanding unquestioning obedience. One later tradition claims that, while traveling, he consulted the Oracle of Delphi about his future. According to the story, the priestess advised him to trust his own genius rather than the opinions of the crowd. Some later writers imagined that this prophecy inspired him to withdraw from political ambition, but nothing in his life supports such an interpretation. If anything, the advice strengthened his determination to follow his own path regardless of criticism. By the time he returned to Rome around the age of 30, Cicero's direction was unmistakable. He married Terentia, a woman from an aristocratic family whose considerable fortune greatly strengthened his financial position. Her sister served among the Vestal Virgins, one of the highest religious honors available to Roman women, suggesting that Terentia belonged to an influential and respected household. The marriage proved important not merely personally, but politically. Entering public life required enormous expense. Elections, public festivals, official ceremonies, household management, and hospitality consumed vast sums of money. Many ambitious Romans borrowed recklessly, expecting later to recover their fortunes through corruption while governing provinces. This became the normal path to wealth. A politician advanced through the offices of quaestor, aedile, praetor, and consul before receiving control of a province, where enormous opportunities for extortion awaited. Governors frequently enriched themselves by exploiting local populations, manipulating taxes, confiscating property, and accepting lavish bribes. Upon returning to Rome, they possessed enough money to repay debts, finance new elections, reward supporters, and, if necessary, bribe judges should accusations arise. The career of Verres would later become the most notorious example of this system. Cicero deliberately rejected it. Throughout his public life, he remained exceptionally careful about financial integrity. Even critics who questioned his political consistency rarely accused him of enriching himself illegally. As aedile, he refused extravagant displays beyond his means. As governor of Cilicia, he administered the province honestly instead of treating it as personal property. In an age when provincial plunder had become almost expected, Cicero's refusal seemed almost unbelievable. Honest government appeared so unusual that some contemporaries regarded it as impractical or even absurd. His reputation, therefore, rested not upon military conquest or accumulated wealth, but upon something far rarer in the late Republic, a public servant whose hands remained remarkably clean despite constant opportunities for corruption. That integrity became one of the strongest foundations of the moral authority he later exercised in both the courts and the Senate. Although provincial government offered the quickest path to enormous wealth, it was by no means the only way an ambitious Roman noble could become rich. A man did not necessarily have to leave the city to accumulate a fortune. Rome itself provided several profitable opportunities, some perfectly respectable in appearance and others resting on practices that many contemporaries quietly accepted despite their questionable morality. One obvious source of income was the legal profession. A successful advocate could command extraordinary rewards for his services. Had Cicero chosen to treat advocacy as a commercial enterprise, he could almost certainly have earned a fortune beyond calculation. His reputation eventually became so great that wealthy clients would gladly have paid enormous sums simply to secure his appearance in court. Officially, however, such payments were forbidden. More than a century before Cicero began practicing law, the Lex Cincia de Muneribus had prohibited advocates from accepting money or gifts in exchange for legal representation. On paper, the law remained in force throughout the late Republic. In practice, however, it had become little more than an ignored tradition. Nearly everyone understood that distinguished orators received generous compensation, whether openly described as payment or disguised as gifts offered in gratitude. Cicero's greatest professional rival, Quintus Hortensius, was widely believed to have accepted expensive presents from grateful clients. One famous example involved an exquisitely carved ivory sphinx of considerable value. Such gifts were technically different from legal fees, yet everyone understood that they served much the same purpose. The fiction that advocates worked entirely without reward was as unrealistic in Rome as the Old English convention that barristers theoretically argued cases without accepting payment while receiving compensation through more indirect means. Indeed, the prohibition itself almost encouraged dishonesty. Whenever services cannot legally be purchased at a stated price, those who require them usually discover more expensive and less transparent methods of rewarding the provider. The law attempted to preserve the dignity of advocacy by preventing lawyers from becoming merchants, yet it merely replaced open fees with unofficial gifts and private understandings. Cicero, however, consistently insisted that he had never accepted payment for pleading a case. Modern historians have often doubted this claim, arguing that such integrity seems almost unbelievable in an age when corruption flourished everywhere. Suspicion alone, however, is not evidence. No contemporary ever produced convincing proof that Cicero secretly accepted fees from clients. His political enemies searched relentlessly for opportunities to discredit him, yet none accused him of violating the Lex Cincia. This silence deserves attention. Roman politics was merciless. Any genuine scandal capable of damaging a rival's reputation was almost certain to become public knowledge. Ironically, Cicero himself showed little hesitation in criticizing others for behavior he believed improper. He openly mocked Hortensius for accepting luxurious gifts, including the famous ivory sphinx. Had Hortensius possessed similar evidence against Cicero, he would almost certainly have used it during one of their many professional and political rivalries. The absence of such accusations therefore strengthens rather than weakens Cicero's own testimony. This does not mean that Cicero never received financial benefits connected with his public career. Certain allied cities throughout the Roman world frequently appointed influential senators as their patrons in Rome. These distinguished Romans defended provincial interests before the Senate, offered legal advice, and protected their clients against abuses committed by governors or rival communities. Such patronage was entirely respectable and legally recognized. We know, for example, that Cicero acted as patron for the city of Dyrrhachium and almost certainly maintained similar relationships with other allied communities. These connections undoubtedly brought honor, influence, and probably financial advantages as well. Yet this was something quite different from accepting direct payment for legal advocacy. By the time such appointments came to him, Cicero had already become a senator whose political standing made his protection genuinely valuable. Another, far more common source of aristocratic income was money lending. To modern readers, lending money may appear perfectly ordinary, but the Roman system of finance often operated with astonishing ruthlessness. Wealthy senators regularly loaned enormous sums at crushing rates of interest, particularly to provincial cities desperate for funds after suffering under corrupt governors. The process formed a vicious cycle. A Roman governor would enter a province, extort money from local communities, impose heavy taxes, confiscate property, and leave behind widespread financial ruin. Once the province could no longer meet its obligations, another Roman nobleman would appear, not with soldiers, but with loans. The money temporarily relieved immediate hardship while creating an even heavier burden for the future. Interest accumulated relentlessly. Cities that had already been stripped of their wealth frequently discovered that they could neither repay the principal nor satisfy the growing interest. The lender then demanded harsher terms, extending Rome's exploitation long after the governor himself had departed. One of the most notorious examples involved Marcus Junius Brutus, remembered by later generations as one of Caesar's assassins and often celebrated as a champion of liberty. Ancient evidence reveals that Brutus invested heavily in money lending and demanded interest so excessive that even many Romans considered his practices disgraceful. The contrast between his philosophical reputation and his financial behavior illustrates how ordinary such exploitation had become among the Roman aristocracy. Cicero viewed these practices with open contempt. His moral philosophy survives most clearly in De Officiis, the treatise written for his son, in which he attempted to define the qualities expected of an honorable gentleman. Throughout the work, he repeatedly distinguishes respectable occupations from those that degrade personal character. Some of his conclusions strike modern readers as surprising. Retail trade, for example, receives harsh criticism. Cicero argues that merchants who buy goods merely to sell them again for profit cannot succeed without frequent dishonesty. Modern economic thought would reject such a judgment, recognizing commerce as an essential and often honorable profession. Yet Cicero reflected a prejudice deeply rooted within the Roman upper classes. Manual labor and agriculture might be respectable. Large-scale commerce and retail business were considered beneath the dignity of a senator. Whether or not we agree with him, the opinion was entirely consistent with Roman aristocratic values. Members of the governing class avoided direct commercial activity because they believed wealth should arise from land ownership, public service, and inherited estates rather than from buying and selling in markets. If Cicero criticized merchants, he spoke even more severely about usurers. In De Officiis, he places moneylenders among those occupations that naturally attract public hatred. Tax collectors and professional lenders, he argues, enrich themselves by creating misery for others. Their profits come not from productive labor, but from the financial suffering of fellow human beings. These were not empty philosophical remarks. Had Cicero himself accumulated wealth through high-interest loans, his son would certainly have known it. Writing a moral treatise condemning practices openly pursued within one's own household would have invited immediate ridicule. Yet no ancient source accuses Cicero of enriching himself through usury. Once again, the silence of his contemporaries becomes significant. His closest friends did not always share his standards. Atticus, despite Cicero's affection for him, handled financial affairs with far greater flexibility and displayed little hesitation in profitable investments. Brutus also ignored many of the principles that Cicero later defended in his philosophical writings. Cicero himself, however, appears to have followed the rules he recommended. His surviving correspondence reveals that much of his wealth consisted of landed property and urban real estate. He owned several houses in Rome, together with country villas in different parts of Italy, some inherited from his family, and others probably acquired through careful investment. His wife Terentia also possessed considerable property, which strengthened the family's financial position. Another important source of income came through inheritances. Roman aristocrats frequently remembered influential friends in their wills, hoping to honor political alliances or secure lasting family connections. Cicero proudly states that throughout his lifetime he received legacies totaling nearly 20 million sesterces, an astonishing sum that demonstrates both the breadth of his friendships and the respect he commanded among Rome's elite. Exactly how much annual income Cicero enjoyed can never be determined with certainty. Ancient sources provide too little information to calculate his wealth precisely. Yet, the overall picture is remarkably clear. He consistently lived as a wealthy gentleman. His letters casually mention villas, libraries, sculptures, paintings, marble columns, carefully designed gardens, shaded walks, and elegant country retreats. Books arrived from Greece, statues decorated his homes, architects, craftsmen, and artists regularly worked on his various properties. He surrounded himself not merely with luxury, but with the cultivated refinement expected of an educated Roman aristocrat. Like many nobles of his age, he frequently borrowed money. Debt formed an ordinary part of aristocratic life, financing elections, public festivals, construction projects, and the purchase of prestigious estates. Yet Cicero rarely speaks of his obligations with genuine anxiety. Instead, he jokes about them in his correspondence, suggesting that they represented manageable financial arrangements rather than signs of impending ruin. In this respect, he resembled many great landowners throughout history, men whose estates carried enormous mortgages while their social position remained completely secure. A nobleman might owe vast sums and yet continue living in magnificent surroundings because everyone understood that his property, influence, and future income guaranteed eventual repayment. Cicero occupied much the same position. We cannot trace every source from which his fortune arose, but the evidence leaves little doubt about the standard of life he maintained. From childhood, his education received every possible advantage. As a young man, he traveled through Greece and Asia, studying with the finest philosophers and rhetoricians of the age. After settling permanently in Rome, he established himself in surroundings appropriate to an ambitious member of the Roman elite. He did not begin life as a poor provincial struggling upward through poverty, nor did he become wealthy through extortion, bribery, illegal advocacy fees, or ruthless financial exploitation. Instead, he combined inherited family resources, advantageous marriage, prudent investments, honorable patronage, inherited property, generous legacies, and the rewards naturally accompanying extraordinary public distinction. By the time his political career truly gathered momentum, Cicero had already achieved something remarkably uncommon in the late Republic. He possessed the education, refinement, influence, and financial independence expected of Rome's governing class, yet he had acquired this position without relying upon the corruption that had become almost routine among so many of his contemporaries. That independence would later allow him to speak with unusual moral authority against abuses committed by governors, judges, moneylenders, and ambitious politicians, for few could honestly accuse him of enriching himself through the very practices he condemned. The most important point to remember about Cicero's character is not simply that he became wealthy or successful, but the manner in which he achieved both. He lived during an age when corruption had become almost inseparable from public life. Around him stood senators, governors, magistrates, financiers, and politicians who regarded dishonesty not as an exception, but as a practical necessity. Against this background, Cicero's financial integrity becomes one of the defining features of his career. Human nature has changed very little across the centuries. In every age, people condemn theft in principle, yet often admire it when it is accompanied by overwhelming success. A petty thief is despised, while a conqueror who enriches himself through entire nations may be celebrated as a genius. The greater the victory, the easier it becomes for later generations to forget the methods by which it was achieved. No figure illustrates this tendency better than Julius Caesar. His enormous debts, accumulated during his rise to power, have often been described as evidence of daring ambition rather than reckless extravagance. His campaigns in Gaul, Spain, and eventually against his fellow Romans are frequently remembered for their brilliance, while the immense suffering they caused receives far less attention. Entire communities were destroyed, populations enslaved, and countless lives extinguished in the pursuit of conquest. Yet history has often preferred to remember Caesar as a military genius whose victories overshadowed the brutality required to obtain them. Even his reputation for mercy deserves careful examination. Caesar undoubtedly pardoned many political opponents after victory, but this celebrated clemency existed alongside campaigns of extraordinary severity. Whenever military necessity demanded harsh measures, compassion rarely stood in his way. The destruction of communities, such as Alesia and Uxellodunum, demonstrates that efficiency often outweighed humanity in his calculations. He did not delight in cruelty for its own sake, but neither did he hesitate to sacrifice thousands whenever he believed political or military success required it. The comparison, however, should not be misunderstood. Cicero and Caesar were men of entirely different temperaments, pursuing entirely different ambitions. Caesar sought command through military power and accepted virtually any method that advanced his objectives. Cicero attempted to rise through law, persuasion, and constitutional politics. One has often been praised precisely because he refused to let moral hesitation interfere with success. The other has frequently been criticized because moral hesitation accompanied almost every important decision he made. This difference shaped the whole of Cicero's public life. His greatest weakness was also one of his greatest virtues. He constantly questioned himself. He examined opposing arguments, reconsidered his judgments, and struggled to reconcile political necessity with personal conscience. Such a man rarely acts with the certainty of a conqueror. What appears unquestionably right during careful reflection may seem doubtful once practical action becomes necessary. Opportunities lost through hesitation often appear attractive only after they have disappeared forever. For this reason, Cicero was never suited to rule Rome in the manner of Marius, Sulla, Caesar, or Augustus. He lacked the ruthless confidence required to impose his will upon an unwilling world. Yet while others accumulated power through bloodshed or corruption, Cicero preserved something far more difficult to maintain during the final years of the Republic: a public life remarkably free from both financial dishonesty and deliberate political violence. He neither enriched himself by plundering provinces nor advanced his career through organized murder. Whatever failures marked his political judgment, his personal integrity remained largely untouched. At the very least, history owes him recognition for that achievement. During the years immediately following his return from Greece, between 77 and 75 BC, Cicero steadily expanded his legal practice while preparing for entry into public office. He married Terentia during this period and argued numerous cases before the Roman courts. Unfortunately, only one speech survives in substantial form, and even that survives only in part. This surviving defense was delivered on behalf of the celebrated actor Roscius, whose fame throughout Rome was so extraordinary that his very name became synonymous with theatrical excellence. Ancient audiences regarded him as the finest performer of his generation. Cicero himself declared that no other actor on the Roman stage deserved comparison, while adding with characteristic elegance that among all men, Roscius seemed almost the last person one would have expected to choose the profession of acting. The compliment reveals more about Roman society than about Roscius himself. Acting occupied a strangely contradictory position in Roman culture. Successful performers attracted enormous public admiration and could achieve widespread fame, yet the profession itself remained socially inferior. Respectable Roman citizens often viewed actors with suspicion, considering the stage inconsistent with aristocratic dignity. Cicero therefore praises Roscius not merely as a gifted performer, but as a man whose personal character seemed almost too honorable for such an occupation. In 76 BC, another event transformed Cicero's private life. His daughter Tullia was born. No other member of his family would ever occupy such an important place in his affections. Throughout his surviving correspondence, Tullia appears again and again as the person he loved most deeply. Her later death would inflict emotional wounds from which he never fully recovered. The same year also marked the first great political success of his career. At about 30 years of age, Cicero was elected quaestor, the first major office in the Roman cursus honorum, or sequence of public magistracies. His election represented far more than an ordinary political victory. It confirmed that a novus homo, a new man whose family possessed no distinguished political ancestry, could nevertheless force his way into Rome's governing class through talent alone. The year proved especially significant because other prominent figures also advanced within the political hierarchy. Hortensius obtained the praetorship while Cotta reached the consulship. Cicero had already become sufficiently successful to rise alongside men belonging to far older and more influential families. Much of what we know about his early political ambitions comes from his dialogue Brutus, where he reflects upon the development of his own career. There, he explains how he gradually won public support through tireless devotion to his legal work and through a style of speaking unlike anything audiences had previously encountered. He did not inherit popularity, he earned it. Day after day he accepted cases, prepared arguments with extraordinary care, and introduced an energy and brilliance into Roman advocacy that immediately attracted attention. His originality became one of his greatest political assets. Unlike many ambitious young Romans, Cicero refused to allow luxury or idle pleasures to distract him from his objectives. While others pursued expensive entertainments, lavish banquets, or fashionable excesses, he concentrated almost entirely upon improving himself as an advocate. Every successful speech strengthened both his professional reputation and his political prospects. The obstacle before him remained formidable. Roman aristocrats strongly preferred to reserve high office for members of families that had already produced consuls and praetors. Ancient noble houses viewed newcomers with suspicion. Every office won by a novus homo meant one fewer position available for a traditional aristocratic family. Voting rights formally belonged to all Roman male citizens, yet real political influence rested overwhelmingly with wealthy patrons capable of directing large numbers of supporters. Public admiration alone rarely secured election unless it reached an exceptional level. Many candidates solved this problem with money. Verres had advanced through corruption. Lepidus had obtained high office despite obvious mediocrity. Catiline and Antony relied upon enormous debts, political alliances, and outright bribery. A candidate borrowed vast sums, distributed gifts, purchased influence wherever possible, and expected eventually to recover every expense by exploiting provincial governorships after reaching higher office. Cicero deliberately rejected this method. He refused direct bribery, even though it had become almost routine in Roman elections. Instead, he mastered another art altogether, the highly sophisticated science of political canvassing. No Roman politician understood personal campaigning better than Cicero. He remembered names, cultivated friendships, visited influential citizens, thanked supporters individually, displayed remarkable courtesy towards strangers, and possessed an extraordinary ability to make each voter feel personally valued. His conversations appeared spontaneous, while in reality forming part of a carefully organized political strategy. This talent became so famous that a remarkable little treatise, De Petitione Consulatus, has survived from antiquity. Traditionally attributed to Cicero's younger brother Quintus, it offers practical advice on how to conduct an election campaign for the consulship. Modern scholars generally believe Cicero himself revised or edited the work before publication, and some even suspect that he may have rewritten substantial portions. Whether composed by Quintus alone or polished by Cicero's hand, the treatise remains one of the earliest surviving manuals of political campaigning. Its advice is strikingly realistic. A successful candidate, it argues, must know every influential citizen personally. He must flatter without appearing insincere, promise assistance whenever possible, maintain an enormous network of acquaintances, avoid unnecessary enemies, and ensure that every potential supporter believes himself especially valued. Reputation, visibility, persistence, and carefully managed personal relationships mattered as much as policy. These lessons were written with the consulship in mind, yet they applied equally to Cicero's earlier campaign for the quaestorship. By combining unmatched eloquence with relentless personal effort, he succeeded where many men possessing greater wealth, nobler ancestry, and stronger family connections failed. His election as quaestor therefore represented much more than the acquisition of a single public office. It proved that talent, discipline, and reputation could still overcome inherited privilege. even in a political system increasingly dominated by money, aristocratic influence, and corruption. For Cicero, this first victory marked the true beginning of the remarkable public career he had spent his entire youth preparing to achieve. The first principle of political ambition was one Cicero probably carried with him throughout his entire career, not only when seeking office, but whenever he addressed the Roman people. Before entering the forum each day, the candidate was advised to remind himself of three things: the nature of the republic, the greatness of the office he desired, and the social position from which he was attempting to reach it. In Cicero's case, the thought could be reduced to three simple statements. I come from a family without political distinction. I seek the consulship, and the city in which I seek it is Rome. Each part of that reflection mattered. He was a novus homo, a man whose ancestors had never held the highest offices of state. The position he ultimately desired was not some minor magistracy, but the consulship, the summit of Roman public life. And the arena in which he intended to win it was Rome itself, the most competitive and politically sophisticated city in the ancient world. However damaged the Republic had become, Cicero still regarded it as the greatest political creation known to humanity. To serve as consul within that system seemed to him the highest distinction a man could achieve. There was something genuinely noble in such ambition. He did not dream merely of wealth, luxury, or personal celebrity. He wished to stand at the head of the state he loved. The methods recommended for reaching that position, however, were far less noble. The surviving advice on electioneering reveals a world of carefully managed appearances, calculated friendships, social pressure, and constant flattery. Some of the recommendations are so openly manipulative that later readers have accused Cicero and his brother Quintus of hypocrisy. Yet the difference between Roman and modern political culture may be smaller than people often imagine. Many practices regarded as disgraceful when openly described continue to exist when disguised beneath more respectable language. One important instruction was that a candidate should make himself acceptable to the political class whose ranks he hoped to enter. In Cicero's case, this meant appearing as closely connected as possible with the aristocracy. He was encouraged to visit powerful nobles, cultivate their friendship, and persuade them that his political instincts had always been aligned with their interests. If he had previously made speeches designed to please the wider population, he should explain that such behavior had been intended only to strengthen Pompey's position or serve some similarly respectable objective. Pompey occupied an unusual place in Roman politics at the time. He enjoyed admiration among both the popular and conservative factions. Associating oneself with him therefore offered a candidate a useful bridge between competing political groups. The candidate was also advised to secure the support of Rome's fashionable and energetic young aristocrats, the privileged youth whose social influence reached far beyond their official importance. Their enthusiasm could fill public spaces, create excitement, and give the impression that a campaign possessed momentum. Those already attached to Cicero's cause had to be reminded constantly that he valued them personally. At the same time, the weaknesses of rival candidates were to be made widely known. Catiline, one of Cicero's most dangerous future opponents, was specifically mentioned as a man whose reputation could be attacked. Although he had recently escaped conviction for misconduct while governing Africa, the story circulated that he had bribed his judges so heavily that he emerged from the trial almost as poor as they had been before accepting his money. The anecdote captures the atmosphere of Roman political life. A provincial governor could enrich himself through corruption, face prosecution, purchase an acquittal, and continue seeking the highest offices of state. It is difficult to read such advice without understanding why later historians passed such severe judgment upon the Roman oligarchy. Another crucial advantage in Cicero's campaign came from the network of personal loyalty created by his legal career. Every client he had defended, every family he had assisted, and every citizen whose safety or property he had protected became a possible political supporter. Quintus advised him to ensure that each of these men understood exactly what role he was expected to perform during the election. Cicero had not previously demanded repayment for many of these services. Now, however, the moment had arrived to remind people of their obligations. The language of friendship disguised a carefully calculated system of exchange. According to the advice, men usually worked for a candidate for one of three reasons. They remembered a favor already received, hoped for some future benefit, or shared the candidate's political opinions. Each motivation required a different strategy. A man who had previously received even a modest favor might feel obliged to assist. Those whose lives, reputations, or fortunes had been saved by Cicero's advocacy had an even stronger debt. If they failed to support him, they risked appearing shameless and ungrateful before the entire city. Yet the candidate was not supposed merely to demand loyalty. He should allow such supporters to believe that by helping him, they were creating a new obligation in the opposite direction. They owed Cicero for earlier services, but after the election, Cicero would owe them in return. Those attached only by hope were even more important. They were more numerous than grateful former clients and often more active. These men needed to believe that Cicero's future influence would always be available to them. A promise of assistance, access, recommendation, or political protection could inspire far greater energy than gratitude for something already completed. The entire process demanded exhausting personal effort. A leading Roman was expected to live almost entirely in public. Privacy offered little political advantage. Each morning, his house opened to visitors in a formal reception known as the salutatio. Clients, dependents, supporters, and favor seekers arrived early to greet him and demonstrate loyalty. When he later walked to the forum, a crowd was expected to accompany him. Such public attendance served as visible proof of influence. A statesman walking alone appeared abandoned and weak, regardless of the private support he might actually possess. Rome contained a large population of men whose lives revolved around such political service. Many had no fixed occupation and depended upon the generosity of powerful patrons. They followed candidates, carried messages, spread rumors, praised allies, insulted opponents, and sometimes fought in the streets when political tension turned violent. These political followers were often called assectatores. Some attached themselves to a single patron out of long-standing loyalty, while others moved between political leaders according to opportunity. Their existence reflected the economic structure of Rome. Much of the city's productive labor was performed by slaves. A considerable portion of Roman wealth came from taxes, tribute, and resources extracted from conquered provinces. Many Roman citizens therefore lived not from their own industry, but from the enormous system of exploitation created by earlier conquests. A candidate needed to manage these followers with great care. Those who appeared voluntarily should be thanked and made to feel appreciated. Those who owed attendance as a duty had to be reminded more firmly. Men capable of coming in person should do so. Those prevented from attending should send relatives, clients, or representatives in their place. The daily procession to the forum was not simply decorative, it acted as public propaganda. A large and loyal crowd surrounding a candidate suggested popularity, dignity, influence, and political strength. Each person in the procession became part of the candidate's visible reputation. From the management of friends, Quintus moved to the broader techniques of canvassing. A successful candidate required several qualities: the ability to remember names, skill in flattery, tireless perseverance, emotional flexibility, a respectable public image, and a reputation for importance within the state. Remembering names was especially valuable. Nothing pleased a Roman citizen more than being recognized personally by a prominent man. A voter who heard his name spoken in the forum felt noticed and respected. The candidate therefore had to train his memory or rely upon assistants who quietly supplied names before each greeting. Roman political culture even developed a special term for this practice, nomenclatio. The ability to identify hundreds or thousands of citizens became a professional campaign skill. Natural warmth was helpful, but not essential. A candidate who lacked an affectionate personality was instructed to imitate one so convincingly that the performance appeared genuine. Cicero already possessed an agreeable and approachable manner, yet even he was told to become more openly friendly. Flattery, normally considered degrading, became unavoidable during an election. It was undeniably humiliating to praise or embrace someone unworthy of respect. Yet the candidate had to adapt his expression, language, and behavior to every person he met. His face, his voice, and even his opinions were expected to change according to the audience. Persistence mattered just as much. The candidate should remain in Rome throughout the campaign and avoid any journey that reduced his visibility. Simply appearing regularly in the forum was insufficient. Every voter had to be approached personally whenever possible. No citizen should have to learn through another person what the candidate wanted from him. The request for support had to come directly, clearly, and repeatedly. One solicitation was rarely enough. The voter should be reminded until there could be no doubt about the expected vote. Quintus clearly understood the machinery of Roman elections, and Cicero almost certainly made effective use of the advice. The degrading nature of this system becomes more striking when we consider the motives of the candidates involved. It is not difficult to understand why a corrupt man would submit to endless flattery in order to obtain wealth and opportunities for plunder. Dishonorable methods appear consistent with a dishonorable goal. Yet Rome still contained men who sincerely desired to serve the state and who did not intend to enrich themselves illegally. Even these men could not reach office without using the same machinery of manipulation, personal obligation, and calculated praise. There remained a small element of genuine public virtue in Roman politics, but virtue could no longer become politically effective without passing through a deeply corrupt electoral system. Cicero nevertheless succeeded. At the legally appropriate age, he was elected quaestor and entered the first major stage of the Roman political career. The office was assigned by lot, and Cicero received responsibility for the western part of Sicily in 75 BC. Sicily was formerly governed as a single Roman province under a magistrate possessing proconsular authority. Yet the island's local administration remained complicated. Different cities had entered Roman control under different circumstances, and their obligations varied according to whether they had resisted Rome, supported it, or previously belonged to Carthaginian rule. Taxation, legal privilege, and political status therefore differed from one Sicilian community to another. Cicero was stationed at Lilybaeum in the western part of the island. Another quaestor served at Syracuse in the east. Rome elected approximately 20 quaestors each year during this period. Some remained in the capital to manage financial responsibilities, while most were assigned to provincial governors or military commanders across the empire. The office had originally centered upon financial administration. A quaestor supervised public money, army pay, taxation, supplies, records, and the financial business of a province. Over time, however, the position developed into something broader. Whenever a consul commanded an army, a quaestor usually accompanied him. Provincial governors also received quaestors as official assistants. The relationship became so close that the quaestor might serve as financial administrator, senior lieutenant, confidential advisor, and private secretary at the same time. Roman custom gradually surrounded this connection with an almost family-like significance. A quaestor was sometimes described as the temporary son of the governor under whom he served. He was expected to show loyalty, obedience, and respect resembling the duty of a son toward a father. In return, the governor was supposed to offer protection, instruction, and political support. The office was therefore far more than a minor administrative appointment. For Cicero, it represented his first direct experience of governing beyond Rome. Until that moment, he had built his reputation through speeches, legal cases, and electioneering. In Sicily, he would finally be required to transform his ideals about justice and public service into practical administration. The province would also become crucial to his future career. His conduct there would establish friendships, create lasting political connections, and later bring him into conflict with one of the most corrupt governors Rome ever produced. More importantly, it would reveal whether Cicero's celebrated honesty could survive the temptations of provincial authority. For Cicero, as for most ambitious young Romans, the quaestorship offered something far more valuable than temporary administrative authority. Once a man had held that office, he normally entered the Senate and remained a senator for life unless later expelled for misconduct by the censors. The quaestorship was therefore the true gateway into Rome's ruling class. Over time, the composition of the Senate had changed. In earlier periods, its members had been selected directly by kings, censors, dictators, or other holders of exceptional authority. Under the later Republic, however, election to a magistracy increasingly became the normal route into the chamber. The people did not choose senators directly, but by electing quaestors and other magistrates, they effectively determined who would gain admission. During Cicero's lifetime, the Senate probably contained between 500 and 600 members. Sulla had enlarged its numbers, and later Julius Caesar would expand it again. Yet the period between the dictatorship of Sulla and the rise of Caesar lasted only about 30 years. These were precisely the decades during which Cicero continued to believe that the Republic might still be rescued through the creation of a stronger, more responsible, and more honorable Senate. His hope rested upon a simple idea. If the chamber were constantly renewed by men elected through the votes of Roman citizens, it might become both aristocratic and popular at the same time. It would preserve dignity, experience, and continuity, while remaining open to talent from outside the oldest noble families. Tacitus later explained that Sulla had increased the number of quaestors partly to provide a regular supply of new senators. In theory, this gave the political community a way to replenish the governing body without relying entirely upon hereditary privilege or occasional appointments by powerful individuals. Cicero strongly approved of this principle. In his political writings, he argued that the Senate should be formed from men who had already served as elected magistrates. Because these offices were awarded through the votes of the people, entrance into the highest rank of public life remained connected with popular approval. The censors no longer possessed exclusive control over selection, and a citizen of ability could rise through the constitutional system. When defending Publius Cestius many years later, Cicero described the Senate in almost heroic terms. After the Romans expelled their kings, he said, they created annual magistrates while placing the permanent guidance of the Republic in the hands of the Senate. Its members were chosen through the public career, and the path into the chamber stood open to the virtue, labor, and ambition of Roman citizens. His description was not entirely accurate as constitutional history, but it reveals how deeply he believed in the ideal. The Senate, as Cicero imagined it, was not merely a gathering of wealthy old men. It was the central intelligence of the Republic. It should restrain reckless magistrates, guide popular assemblies, supervise foreign policy, protect law, and prevent any individual from becoming too powerful. He spoke just as enthusiastically about the privileges attached to senatorial rank, the dignity of the office, the authority exercised at home, the respect commanded abroad, the special garments, the ivory chair, the official attendance, the fasces, military commands, and provincial governments all formed part of the prestige surrounding a Roman statesman. To become a senator was therefore not simply to receive a title, it was to enter an order recognized across the Mediterranean world. A Roman senator could expect hospitality and respect even in distant cities and foreign kingdoms. Cicero proudly observed that rulers and communities throughout the provinces considered it an honor to receive a member of the Roman Senate beneath their roof. This was the institution Cicero entered after becoming quaestor. Yet his attitude toward the Senate was never completely consistent. At one moment, he praised it as the noblest guardian of Roman liberty. At another, he condemned its members as corrupt, cowardly, and willing to sell justice for money. This apparent contradiction arose less from deliberate hypocrisy than from his temperament. Cicero was hopeful and easily discouraged, confident in one hour and despairing in the next. He saw the Senate both as it actually existed and as he believed it ought to exist. When confronted with reality, he saw a body filled with self-interested men, political opportunists, and judges prepared to accept bribes. Many senators cared more for private wealth than public duty. They shifted their loyalties according to advantage and often submitted to any powerful general who appeared capable of protecting them. Yet Cicero could never forget the ideal Senate of Roman memory. He imagined an assembly of disciplined statesmen, guided by experience and moral responsibility, capable of placing the welfare of the Republic above personal interest. He believed that under proper leadership, and perhaps under the influence of his own eloquence, it might once again approach that ideal. His speeches reveal both sides of this conviction. During the prosecution of Verres, Cicero openly declared that since Sulla had transferred the courts entirely into senatorial hands, shameful and criminal judgments had repeatedly been delivered. He promised not merely to mention these abuses, but to expose and prove them before the public. Yet in another speech he praised the grandeur of the senatorial order, its authority, its reputation among foreign peoples, its insignia, military commands, and provincial responsibilities. The two statements are not necessarily incompatible. He despised what the Senate had become precisely because he believed so strongly in what it should have been. For Cicero, Rome's survival depended upon the existence of a governing body positioned between two forms of tyranny. On one side stood the absolute rule of powerful individuals supported by armies. On the other stood the uncontrolled violence of the crowd. The Senate should protect the Republic from both. It had to be dignified without becoming a closed aristocracy. It had to be connected with the people without submitting to temporary popular passions. It had to command respect while remaining accountable. Above all, it had to be cleansed of corruption. Cicero imagined a chamber composed of Roman citizens whose education, public service, and moral character qualified them to guide the state. Such men would possess enough social standing to resist intimidation and enough patriotism to place public duty above personal profit. This vision became the central political ideal of his life. It may also have contained a large measure of personal confidence. Cicero clearly believed that his speeches, example, and leadership might help transform the Senate. He often exaggerated the influence one individual could exercise over institutions already weakened by decades of violence and corruption. There was vanity in this belief, but there was also genuine nobility. His ambition was not simply to dominate others. He wanted to create a political order in which law, debate, and civic virtue could once again control Roman government. More importantly, his conduct did not openly contradict the ideals he preached. He condemned judicial bribery and did not later plunder a province. He spoke about the responsibility of patrons and did not build his career upon illegal payments from clients. He demanded discipline from senators and did not abandon himself completely to luxury or leisure. He possessed a clear ideal of how a Roman statesman should live, and he made a serious effort to follow it. This does not mean that Cicero was free from weakness. He loved comfort, reputation, beautiful houses, books, works of art, and public admiration. He could be vain, indecisive, and politically inconsistent. Yet he did not merely speak about duty while openly pursuing corruption. His ethical standards were imperfect, but they were real. The year he spent in Sicily as quaestor provided his first major opportunity to put those standards into practice. A quaestor assigned to a province might easily use his position for personal enrichment. Provincial communities had little power to resist Roman officials, and many magistrates treated the lands under their administration as sources of private profit. Cicero appears to have behaved differently. Although he had not yet become one of Rome's most powerful men, he established such a reputation for fairness that the Sicilians remembered him years later as an official they could trust. This was particularly important because a provincial quaestor did not automatically possess great influence. A member of an ancient noble family could rely upon his name and political connections after returning to Rome. Cicero possessed no such inherited advantage. His authority depended almost entirely upon the reputation he created through his conduct. One of his principal responsibilities in western Sicily involved the collection and shipment of grain. Rome depended heavily upon Sicilian agriculture. A considerable portion of the food consumed by the urban population came from the island, much of it collected in the form of taxation or compulsory delivery. The system imposed a heavy burden upon Sicilian farmers, but it had existed long enough for local communities to understand what the law required. They knew how much grain they were expected to provide and were generally prepared to meet those obligations when Roman officials remained within legal limits. The real suffering began when governors, tax collectors, and other magistrates demanded more than the lawful amount. A dishonest Roman official could manipulate measurements, force farmers to sell at unfair prices, invent additional charges, or seize grain beyond the legal quota. The basic tax was severe enough. Corruption transformed it into ruin. The later government of Verus would demonstrate how far such exploitation could go. Cicero claimed that during his own quaestorship, he maintained a very different policy. He ensured that Rome received abundant supplies while treating merchants fairly, dealing generously with the cities, and showing restraint toward the Sicilian allies. Naturally, much of this information comes from Cicero's own speeches, and he was never reluctant to praise his achievements. Even so, several considerations support his account. First, none of his political enemies later produced evidence that he had mismanaged Sicily or enriched himself there. In Roman public life, accusations of provincial corruption were common and highly effective. If Cicero had behaved dishonestly, his rivals would almost certainly have used the fact against him. More importantly, the Sicilians themselves later turned to him when they faced their greatest crisis. Years after his quaestorship, when the island suffered under the corrupt government of Verres, its communities sought Cicero as their advocate in Rome. They trusted him to expose the crimes committed against them and to represent their interests before the Roman courts. That decision would make little sense if his earlier administration had been unjust. According to Cicero, when he completed his term and left Sicily, the inhabitants honored him in ways rarely offered to a departing Roman official. Such praise may contain some exaggeration, but the long relationship that followed confirms that his conduct had left a strong impression. His experience in Sicily therefore became important in several different ways. It gave him practical knowledge of provincial administration. It revealed the economic relationship between Rome and its territories. It provided evidence that an official could fulfill Rome's demands without treating provincial communities with unnecessary cruelty. It also created the trust that later enabled him to undertake the prosecution of Verres. Most importantly, the quaestorship allowed Cicero to prove that the moral principles he defended in speeches could survive contact with real authority. At Rome, it was easy to condemn corruption in theory. In Sicily, he possessed the opportunity to profit from it personally. He did not. For Cicero, this distinction mattered enormously. The reform of the Republic could not be achieved merely by designing better laws. It required magistrates who were willing to govern honestly, even when dishonesty offered greater rewards. His year as quaestor was therefore more than the first formal step toward the consulship. It became an early demonstration of the kind of senator and public servant he believed Rome desperately needed. One piece of advice seems to have remained with Cicero throughout his political career. Whether he was standing before the people in the forum or presenting himself as a candidate for office, he was encouraged to remind himself constantly of three simple realities: the nature of the Republic, the greatness of the position he sought, and the humble origins from which he had begun. In effect, the message was this: I come from a family with no political tradition. I aspire to the consulship, and I seek that honor in Rome itself. For Cicero, these were not empty words. However troubled the Republic had become, he still regarded it as the greatest political community in existence, and he believed that becoming consul represented the highest distinction a Roman citizen could earn. His ambition was therefore not merely personal. It was tied to a genuine belief that public office carried both honor and responsibility. Unfortunately, the practical advice for achieving that ambition was far less inspiring. The surviving handbook on Roman electioneering reveals a world driven by calculated friendships, strategic flattery, and carefully managed appearances. Much of it sounds deeply cynical to modern readers, and it is easy to understand why critics have accused both Quintus and Cicero of political hypocrisy. Yet the uncomfortable truth is that many modern election campaigns continue to rely on similar techniques, even if they are described in more respectable language. A candidate, Quintus advised, must convince the established aristocracy that he truly belonged among them. Cicero, despite being a novus homo, should make every influential noble believe that his political instincts had always favored the conservative order rather than the popular crowd. If he had occasionally spoken in ways that pleased the masses, he should explain that such speeches had merely been intended to strengthen Pompey's position. This recommendation only makes sense when we remember Pompey's extraordinary popularity at the time. He enjoyed support from both conservative senators and many ordinary citizens, making him one of the few figures capable of attracting different political factions simultaneously. Associating oneself with Pompey therefore carried considerable electoral value. Quintus also emphasized the importance of winning over Rome's fashionable young aristocrats. Their enthusiasm created excitement, their presence suggested prestige, and their public support influenced many undecided voters. Cicero already possessed many admirers among them, but they needed constant attention. They had to feel that their loyalty was appreciated and personally valued. Equally important was the careful exposure of an opponent's weaknesses. Catiline, one of Cicero's future enemies, provided an obvious target. Although recently acquitted after accusations of financial misconduct in Africa, widespread rumor claimed that he had escaped conviction only by bribing the judges so lavishly that he himself had been left nearly bankrupt. Whether entirely true or somewhat exaggerated, such stories reflected the atmosphere surrounding Roman politics. Corruption had become so ordinary that even acquittals often strengthened rather than destroyed public suspicion. Reading this advice today, one understands why so many historians have judged the Roman aristocracy with remarkable severity. Yet Quintus did not rely only on attacks against opponents. His greatest emphasis fell upon the personal obligations Cicero had created through years of legal advocacy. Every client he had defended represented a political investment. Every family he had rescued from legal disaster owed him gratitude. Every citizen whose reputation or property he had protected now possessed an opportunity to repay that debt. Quintus advised his brother to organize these supporters carefully. Each man should receive a specific responsibility during the campaign, and each should understand that the moment had finally arrived to return the favors previously received. Political loyalty, he explained, usually rested upon three foundations. Some people acted from gratitude for kindness already shown. Others supported a candidate because they expected future assistance. A third group genuinely shared his political convictions. The first category included former clients who had benefited from Cicero's legal skill. Even relatively small favors could inspire considerable loyalty. Those whose safety or fortune had depended upon Cicero's advocacy had an even stronger obligation. If they failed to support him now, everyone would consider them ungrateful. Still, Quintus warned against making these men feel permanently indebted. Instead, Cicero should suggest that by helping him, they would create a new balance of obligation. They had owed him in the past, but after the election, he would gladly owe them in return. Those motivated by hope rather than gratitude formed an even larger group. These men expected influence, recommendations, introductions, or future assistance. They often worked harder than those merely repaying old favors because they viewed the candidate's success as an investment in their own future. Cicero therefore had to convince them that his friendship would remain valuable long after the election had ended. Roman electioneering demanded astonishing amounts of personal labor. A public man was expected to live almost entirely in the open. Every morning, his house filled with visitors seeking advice, favors, recommendations, or simply the honor of being seen among his supporters. Later, as he walked through the streets toward the Forum, crowds of followers accompanied him. These public processions were not accidental. A politician walking alone appeared weak. A politician surrounded by admirers appeared influential. Much of Roman politics depended upon such visible demonstrations of popularity. The city itself contained countless professional followers who survived by attaching themselves to wealthy patrons. Some spread political gossip, others accompanied candidates through the streets, and still others acted as unofficial campaign workers, praising friends, criticizing opponents, and even fighting when political disputes turned violent. These men, known as assectatores, formed an essential part of every major campaign. Their existence reflected the changing economy of Rome. Increasingly, ordinary citizens lived not from productive labor, but from wealth flowing into the capital from conquered provinces. Slaves performed much of the physical work, while taxes, tribute, and provincial exploitation supported countless Romans who had little regular employment. Managing these followers required constant attention. Those who appeared voluntarily should be thanked warmly. Those whose attendance represented an obligation should be reminded firmly of their duty. Anyone unable to accompany the candidate personally ought to send relatives or associates in his place. A large procession heading toward the Forum created an impression of dignity, popularity, and political strength that no speech alone could achieve. Quintus then broadened his advice beyond personal supporters. Successful campaigning, he explained, required an excellent memory for names, skillful flattery, tireless persistence, flexibility of temperament, an honorable public reputation, and recognized standing within the Republic. Remembering names possessed enormous political value. Nothing pleased an ordinary citizen more than being greeted personally by a famous candidate. Such recognition made voters feel respected and important. Cicero was therefore encouraged to practice this ability constantly until it became second nature. Even kindness itself could be learned. If natural warmth came easily, so much the better. If it did not, the candidate must imitate it so convincingly that no one could detect the difference. Cicero already possessed a pleasant and approachable personality, yet Quintus urged him to become even more openly affectionate toward those whose support he required. Flattery, though normally disgraceful, became almost unavoidable during an election. Praising foolish men, embracing people one scarcely respected, adapting one's manner to suit every individual, such behavior might appear humiliating in ordinary circumstances. During a political campaign, however, Quintus considered it not merely acceptable, but essential. The candidate's expression, tone of voice, and even conversational style should change according to the person standing before him. Persistence mattered just as much. Remaining visible in Rome was only the beginning. The candidate had to seek voters individually, approach them personally, and ask directly for their support. No citizen should learn indirectly that his vote was desired. The request should come from the candidate himself, and, if necessary, more than once. There is little doubt that Quintus understood Roman elections remarkably well, and there is every reason to believe that Cicero benefited enormously from his brother's practical wisdom. What remains striking, however, is the contrast between the methods employed and the ideals being pursued. If a corrupt politician used manipulation merely to obtain wealth and opportunities for plunder, the moral contradiction seems unsurprising. But Rome still possessed men who sincerely hoped to strengthen the Republic while refusing to enrich themselves dishonestly. Even such men could not reach public office without participating in an electoral system built upon personal obligations, calculated friendships, and carefully managed appearances. Virtue alone no longer guaranteed political success. Fortunately for Cicero, talent, discipline, and relentless hard work compensated for many disadvantages. In 75 BC, at the earliest age permitted by law, he was elected quaestor. The office was assigned by lot, and Cicero received Western Sicily with his headquarters at Lilybaeum. Although Sicily formed a single Roman province under one governor, its administration remained divided because different regions had entered Roman control under different historical circumstances. Western Sicily had been acquired from Carthage after the First Punic War, while Syracuse and the eastern cities entered Roman rule only after later conflicts. As a result, taxation and local administration varied across the island. Each year, Rome elected roughly 20 quaestors. Some remained in the capital managing public finances, but most accompanied governors and military commanders throughout the expanding republic. Originally, the office centered upon financial administration, supervising taxes, accounts, military payments, and provincial revenues. Gradually, however, the quaestor became something far more important. He served simultaneously as financial officer, confidential advisor, administrative assistant, and trusted subordinate of the provincial governor. The relationship grew so close that Roman tradition sometimes described the quaestor as occupying the position of a son toward his superior. Loyalty, respect, and mutual confidence were expected to characterize their partnership. For Cicero, however, the greatest significance of the office lay elsewhere. His election marked his permanent entrance into the Roman Senate. From that moment forward, unless disgraced by serious misconduct, he belonged to the governing body he admired more than any other political institution. That achievement represented far more than personal advancement. It marked the first great step in the long political journey he had envisioned since childhood. A journey driven not merely by ambition, but by the conviction that through honorable public service, the Roman Republic might still be restored to greatness. The prosecution of Ver is fascinating for two very different reasons. The first is Verres himself, whose crimes reached such astonishing extremes that they often seem almost unbelievable. His greed knew no limits, and his imagination appeared endless whenever he devised new methods of extortion or satisfied his personal desires at the expense of those under his authority. Reading about his conduct today, separated from the suffering of his victims by 2,000 years, one is sometimes struck less by horror than by amazement at the sheer inventiveness of his corruption. The second reason is even more significant. The trial exposes the shocking condition of Roman justice itself. Corruption within the courts had become not merely common, but institutional. Men of the highest birth, enormous wealth, and distinguished political careers openly participated in a judicial system where verdicts could be purchased almost as easily as merchandise in a marketplace. The roots of this problem stretched back to the dictatorship of Sulla. As part of his constitutional reforms, Sulla transferred the privilege of serving as judges in the major criminal courts from the equestrian order to the Senate. From among the senators, groups of perhaps 30, 40, or 50 men were selected to sit beside the praetor and decide important criminal cases. Each judge cast his vote on a writing tablet, determining whether the accused would be acquitted or condemned. In theory, the arrangement strengthened the authority of the Senate. In reality, it concentrated judicial power in the hands of the very class most likely to protect its own members. Acquittals obtained through bribery gradually ceased to cause public embarrassment. Wealthy defendants expected to purchase favorable verdicts, while many judges regarded the process as one of the ordinary privileges accompanying political office. By Cicero's time, the system had become thoroughly understood. Provincial governors belonged to the senatorial aristocracy. Their quaestors, assistants, and military officers came from the same social circle. The judges who later heard accusations against them were senators as well. The leading advocates also belonged to that elite. The entire process remained within a remarkably small political community whose members regularly depended upon one another. A governor who returned from a province carrying enormous wealth needed only to distribute a reasonable share among influential friends. Judges protected governors today because they hoped to become governors tomorrow. Advocates defended corrupt officials because future clients would reward their loyalty. Every participant understood that his own interests might someday depend upon preserving the system. Meanwhile, Rome proudly claimed to possess laws protecting its provincial subjects. If a city, province, or individual believed that a governor had abused his authority, the injured party possessed the theoretical right to bring the complaint before the praetor in Rome. On paper, the Republic offered justice to every community under its rule. Nor was this protection entirely meaningless. Roman history contained genuine examples of governors who had been convicted and driven into exile after serious misconduct. Yet such successes became increasingly rare. By the time Vere governed Sicily, nearly every weakness in the legal system had been discovered and exploited. He believed himself almost untouchable. The judges belonged to his own political class. Powerful senators stood behind him. Influential advocates would defend him. Every procedural delay favored his position. Even before the Sicilians could present their evidence, numerous technical obstacles stood in their path. Faced with this reality, Cicero conceived a far more ambitious objective than merely securing Verres' conviction. He intended to place the judges themselves on trial before the Roman people. Normally, such proceedings attracted little public attention. If the case remained confined within the courtroom, senators could quietly acquit one of their own without risking serious consequences. Cicero planned to destroy that protection. He would force the entire city to watch. He would expose every attempt at corruption so publicly that an unjust verdict would become politically impossible. Instead of appealing only to the judges sitting before him, he appealed over their heads to Rome itself. Public opinion became his greatest weapon. If ordinary citizens followed the trial closely, if every speech circulated through the city, if everyone discussed the evidence, then the judges would realize that acquitting Verres might permanently disgrace them. The prosecution therefore became something much larger than a provincial complaint. The Sicilians wanted justice for their own suffering. Cicero wanted justice for the Republic. Could this trial restore confidence in Roman courts? Could it persuade citizens that reform had become absolutely necessary? Could one successful prosecution expose an entire culture of judicial corruption? Those questions mattered just as much to Cicero as the guilt of Verres himself. His opponents only increased the importance of the struggle. Hortensius, the greatest advocate in Rome, led Verres' defense, and he had already been elected consul for the following year. One of the Metelli, among the most influential aristocratic families in Rome, was about to become praetor and openly supported the accused. Other members of the same family joined Verus's cause, as did many leading senators. The Roman aristocracy almost unanimously stood behind the governor. Ironically, this worked in Cicero's favor. The more distinguished his opponents became, the greater the public interest surrounding the case. Rome understood that this was no ordinary criminal prosecution. The Republic's most celebrated rising advocate had challenged the most powerful legal defender in the city while confronting some of the greatest political families of his generation. If Cicero could prevail under those circumstances, the victory would resonate throughout the Roman world. The surviving speeches connected with the trial reflect this strategy. 7 speeches are traditionally grouped together under the title Against Verus. Only the first 2 were actually delivered before the court. These opening speeches dealt primarily with procedure rather than the governor's crimes. Their purpose was to determine how the trial should proceed and to prevent Verus's supporters from delaying the proceedings. They succeeded brilliantly. So overwhelming was Cicero's initial success that Verus abandoned hope of acquittal. Rather than remain in Rome and endure the complete presentation of evidence, he withdrew into voluntary exile. Roman legal custom allowed such a course. In effect, Verus admitted defeat before the full case against him had even been presented. The remaining speeches, therefore, belong to an unusual category. Although never spoken aloud in court, Cicero later published the complete arguments exactly as he had intended to deliver them. Together, they provide one of the most detailed surviving accounts of provincial corruption anywhere in ancient literature. The work is divided into 5 major sections. Each examines a different aspect of Verus's administration: his financial extortion, judicial abuses, theft of works of art, oppression of local communities, and countless acts of personal cruelty. Because Verus fled before hearing them, these speeches became not courtroom arguments, but a permanent historical record of his crimes. The opening phase of the trial nevertheless remained crucial. Hortensius had carefully organized a strategy based upon delay. Roman courts suspended business during numerous religious festivals, sacred ceremonies, and public games. If the proceedings could be postponed repeatedly, the political calendar would eventually place new magistrates in office, men more favorable to Verus. Time itself became one of the defense's strongest allies. Cicero recognized the danger immediately. Instead of delivering long rhetorical introductions, he compressed his preliminary remarks to the shortest possible length. He spoke only about the conduct of the trial, the integrity of the judges, and the procedural obstacles deliberately placed before him. He avoided extended discussion of Verus's crimes until the witnesses had already been heard. This unexpected speed destroyed the defense's timetable. The carefully arranged delays became useless because Cicero reached the examination of witnesses before his opponents could interrupt the proceedings. Having won this procedural victory, he could later publish the complete account of Verus' administration in all its horrifying detail. Before the main trial even began, however, another obstacle had to be overcome. Roman law allowed private citizens to prosecute criminal cases. Consequently, when several individuals wished to bring the same prosecution, the court first had to determine which person should act as the official accuser. This preliminary hearing was known as a divinatio. The name reflected the unusual nature of the decision. Unlike an ordinary trial, the judges possessed almost no witnesses or documentary evidence. They had to determine which candidate appeared most suitable for the task through inference, judgment, and practical wisdom, as though reaching their conclusion by a form of divination. In Verus's case, another candidate suddenly appeared. His name was Quintus Caecilius. His intervention formed an essential part of the defense's strategy. Everyone recognized Cicero as an exceptionally dangerous prosecutor. His diligence, eloquence, reputation for honesty, and determination made him a formidable opponent. If someone less capable could replace him, Verus's chances of escaping conviction would improve dramatically. Whether Caecilius acted dishonestly or merely incompetently remains uncertain. Later writers generally assumed that he had been encouraged or even bribed by Verus's supporters to sabotage the prosecution. The evidence, however, is not conclusive. Cicero strongly hinted at such motives, but stopped short of making accusations he could not prove. even an incompetent prosecutor would have served the defense's interests perfectly well. Caecilius argued that he possessed unique qualifications. He had been born in Sicily. More importantly, he had served there as quaestor under Verus himself. No one, he claimed, knew the governor's administration better than the man who had worked beside him every day. Traditionally, a quaestor owed extraordinary loyalty to the governor he served. Roman custom often described the relationship as resembling that between father and son. Yet political realities had changed. Personal loyalty increasingly yielded to political necessity, and quarrels between governors and their quaestors had become far from unusual. Caecilius emphasized another point. His hostility toward Verres, he insisted, was already well known because the two men had previously fallen out. Precisely because of that conflict, he argued, no one could question his determination to prosecute vigorously. The explanation sounded convincing on the surface. In reality, many suspected that his appointment would quietly guarantee Verres's acquittal. Cicero's reply became a masterpiece of political advocacy. The issue before the judges was not complicated. Everyone present understood perfectly well that Cicero possessed greater ability. The real challenge lay in making that superiority so obvious that the judges would not dare choose the weaker candidate. His speech therefore combined confidence with extraordinary precision. He praised neither himself nor insulted his opponent unnecessarily. Instead, he reminded the court why the Sicilians had come to Rome in the first place. During his own quaestorship, he explained, he had governed the island honestly. When his term ended, the Sicilians remembered his administration with gratitude. Now, overwhelmed by Verres's oppression, delegations from across the province had come to him personally. They begged him not merely to defend individual victims, but to save the entire province from systematic injustice. He accepted the responsibility, he declared, not for personal glory, but because duty, gratitude, compassion, Roman tradition, and the confidence placed in him all demanded it. Cicero then widened the issue. The trial no longer concerned Sicily alone. The Roman people themselves had grown deeply dissatisfied with senatorial justice. Ever since Sulla concentrated judicial authority in the Senate, public confidence had steadily declined. Citizens increasingly demanded reform because corrupt verdicts had become almost routine. The misconduct of judges, Cicero argued, had done more than any political agitation to undermine respect for existing institutions. If the courts wished to recover their honor, they must begin by allowing the Sicilians to choose the advocate they trusted. Even if they had known only Cicero and not Caecilius, their preference would deserve consideration. In reality, they knew both men well. They had worked with both. Their judgment could not have been clearer. They wanted Cicero. They explicitly rejected Caecilius. Turning directly toward his rival, Cicero asked a devastating question. Why force yourself upon clients who openly refuse your services? Why insist on representing people who would rather stand without any advocate than accept you as their defender? Finally, he addressed Hortensius and the judges themselves. If he undertook this prosecution, he warned, bribery would no longer remain hidden. The entire Roman people would watch the proceedings. He had accepted the case not merely to punish one corrupt governor, but to challenge the corruption infecting Roman justice itself. Those words required remarkable courage. He spoke them before the very judges whose integrity he questioned, before the aristocrats whose interests he threatened, and before Hortensius, the greatest advocate of his age. His only protection lay in the force of his own eloquence and in the public opinion he hoped to create. That strategy succeeded. Long before the evidence had been completed, Verres realized that neither money nor influence could save him from the storm Cicero had unleashed. Rather than hear his crimes publicly exposed before Rome, he chose exile instead. The governor escaped formal condemnation. But Cicero achieved something far more important. He demonstrated that public scrutiny could accomplish what private justice no longer could, and in doing so, he transformed both his own career and the political history of the late Roman Republic. After dismantling Caecilius's earlier arguments, Cicero turned directly toward him once again, and explained what the role of a public prosecutor truly demanded. If Caecilius genuinely possessed the qualities required for such an important case, Cicero declared, he would gladly withdraw and leave the prosecution in his hands. The challenge was simple: prove that you are capable of carrying the burden, and I will step aside. The problem, Cicero argued, was that Caecilius could never investigate one of the most important parts of Verres' administration without condemning himself at the same time. While serving as Verres' quaestor in Sicily, Caecilius had been directly involved in collecting the grain taxes imposed upon the island. Those collections had already become notorious for abuse and exploitation. If he attempted to expose Verres' misconduct, uncomfortable questions would immediately arise concerning his own participation. Every accusation directed against the governor risked becoming an accusation against the subordinate who had helped administer the same system. A prosecutor who could not freely examine one of the largest scandals in the entire case was clearly unfit for the task. Cicero then attacked not Caecilius's honesty alone, but his professional ability. Did he really imagine, he asked, that a prosecution of this magnitude required nothing more than enthusiasm? Had he never considered the skills that separated an ordinary speaker from an accomplished advocate? Success demanded years of experience, mastery of legal procedure, familiarity with the courts, confidence before judges, and complete command of Roman law. None of these abilities appeared suddenly. They were acquired only through relentless study and long practice. Cicero urged his rival to examine himself honestly before attempting such an enormous responsibility. Did he possess a voice capable of addressing crowded courts for hours? Did he have the judgment necessary to organize thousands of facts into a coherent narrative? Was his memory strong enough to retain the countless names, dates, witnesses, financial records, and legal arguments involved in the prosecution? Did he possess the wit required to answer unexpected attacks from Hortensius, the finest advocate in Rome? Most importantly, could he present Verres' entire career in a manner that judges and spectators alike would immediately understand? The governor's crimes stretched across several years, numerous offices, and an astonishing variety of abuses. They had to be arranged logically, divided into clear sections, and explained with such precision that every act of corruption reinforced the next. Even an experienced orator would find the task overwhelming. Cicero then added a personal reflection that revealed much about his own character. Even if nature had blessed Caecilius with every possible talent, and Cicero remarked with unmistakable irony, it plainly had not, that alone would still be insufficient. Imagine, he continued, that from earliest childhood you had devoted yourself entirely to education. Imagine that you had studied Greek rhetoric at Athens rather than remaining in provincial Sicily. Imagine that you had mastered Latin literature and Roman law in the capital itself. Even under those favorable circumstances, the prosecution of Verres would still test the limits of any advocate's ability. The implication was unmistakable. If the task exceeded the powers of highly trained professionals, how could an inexperienced provincial hope to complete it successfully? Cicero did not claim perfection for himself. Instead, he acknowledged that he too wished his own abilities were greater. Whatever reputation he possessed, he explained, had been earned through constant labor. Since childhood, he had devoted himself to study, rhetoric, philosophy, law, and public speaking in an effort to prepare for exactly this kind of challenge. If he appeared qualified, it was not because of natural brilliance alone, but because years of disciplined effort had been devoted to developing whatever talents nature had provided. This mixture of confidence and modesty became one of Cicero's greatest strengths. He asserted his superiority without presenting himself as naturally infallible. Achievement, he suggested, belonged to those willing to spend their entire lives preparing for difficult responsibilities. The speech itself demonstrates these qualities perfectly. One could easily linger over every page because nearly every paragraph reveals another example of Cicero's remarkable control over language. Even readers who disagree with his political views often find themselves carried along by the precision of his reasoning and the elegance of his expression. His arguments rarely depend upon unnecessary exaggeration. Every comparison strikes exactly where intended. Every sarcastic remark lands with measured force. Every transition serves a clear purpose. There is no wasted energy, no uncontrolled passion, and no excessive ornament. Like a skilled craftsman, Cicero applies exactly the amount of pressure required to drive each point home. Another striking feature of his speeches is their extraordinary freshness. Although separated from us by more than 2,000 years, they often sound surprisingly modern. His tone changes effortlessly from ridicule to sympathy, from sympathy to righteous anger, from anger to patriotic appeal, and then almost immediately to playful irony. The emotional movement feels natural rather than theatrical, giving his speeches a liveliness rarely found in ancient literature. Poetry often survives because readers admire the beauty of carefully polished verse. Prose usually ages more quickly. Yet Cicero's speeches retain an immediacy that makes them feel almost conversational. They seem less like monuments from antiquity than like arguments spoken only yesterday. One almost imagines hearing the words directly from the orator himself, rather than reading them on a printed page centuries later. After securing the right to prosecute, Cicero faced a new and even more dangerous challenge. His opponents understood that delay favored Verres. The Roman judicial calendar was crowded with religious festivals, public games, and sacred ceremonies during which the courts could not conduct business. Every postponement brought the defense closer to the following year, when political circumstances would become dramatically more favorable. Hortensius had already been elected consul. One of the Metelli would soon become praetor with important influence over the courts. Another Metellus occupied an equally powerful position. If the proceedings could simply be postponed long enough, Verres would stand before judges surrounded by friends rather than neutral magistrates. For the present year, however, the presiding praetor was Glabrio. Although not beyond political influence, Glabrio inspired considerably more confidence than the officials who would replace him. Cicero therefore realized that speed had become absolutely essential. Winning the case depended less upon delivering magnificent speeches than upon preventing delay. To accomplish this, he sacrificed one of the greatest opportunities any Roman advocate could desire. Ordinarily, a prosecution of such importance invited long displays of rhetorical brilliance. Cicero deliberately abandoned that possibility. Instead of prolonging his introductory speech, he shortened it drastically and hurried the trial toward the examination of witnesses before his opponents could secure repeated adjournments. His enemies attempted every possible obstacle. According to Cicero, they even arranged dangers during his journey to Sicily while he gathered evidence. Rather than traveling with the dignity normally expected of a Roman senator, he crossed the sea quietly in a small vessel, departing from an obscure harbor to avoid attention. He later hinted that pirates and hired agents connected with Verres had been prepared to intercept him if the opportunity arose. Whether every detail of this story is literally true or somewhat dramatized, the danger itself was real. If Cicero disappeared for only a short time, the carefully organized delays would take effect and Verres might escape altogether. Even after reaching Sicily, he continued exercising remarkable caution. Instead of traveling with the large official retinue available to a senator, he frequently moved on foot or with only a few companions. Such modest travel reduced attention and allowed him to gather evidence more efficiently. He also refused privileges normally granted to Roman magistrates. Every senator possessed the right to demand hospitality from the communities through which he passed, obliging local towns to provide accommodation, food, and other necessities at considerable expense. Cicero deliberately declined these advantages. He wished neither to burden the Sicilians nor to resemble the provincial officials whose greed he had come to expose. His efforts succeeded. Gathering evidence with remarkable speed, he returned to Rome before the defense could implement its strategy of endless postponements. Once the witnesses began testifying, Verres quickly recognized that the case had become hopeless. Rather than remain in court while every act of corruption was publicly examined, he chose voluntary exile. Under Roman law, this effectively amounted to an admission of defeat. He accepted banishment instead of risking formal conviction. The surviving speech, known as the first action against Verres, therefore differs greatly from the magnificent published speeches that followed. Because time was desperately short, Cicero devoted almost no attention to describing Verres's crimes. Instead, nearly the entire address focused upon the judges themselves. His objective was psychological rather than legal. He intended to frighten the court. The opening words remain among the boldest ever delivered before a Roman tribunal. Not through human wisdom, he declared, but almost through divine intervention, an opportunity had arisen to remove the disgrace attached to the Roman courts. Throughout Rome and across the provinces, people now believed that any sufficiently wealthy criminal could escape conviction regardless of overwhelming guilt. Imagine the courage required to speak such words before an audience composed of praetors, future consuls, senators, and magistrates, the very men whose integrity he openly questioned. Only a generation earlier, Sulla had demonstrated how dangerous it could be to challenge the governing aristocracy. Many influential Romans still dreamed of exercising similar power, yet Cicero began by announcing that public confidence in the entire judicial system had collapsed. He then reminded the judges that the defendant standing before them offered an extraordinary opportunity. If they condemned Verres according to the evidence, they could restore the honor of the courts and recover the trust of both the Roman people and the provinces. But another trial was taking place simultaneously. The judges believed they were judging Verres. In reality, Cicero insisted, Rome itself was judging the judges. Their verdict would answer a single question. Could a rich and powerful Roman still be convicted when clearly guilty? If they failed, the consequences would extend far beyond one corrupt governor. Citizens would no longer demand better senators to serve as judges. Instead, they would demand that judicial authority be removed from the Senate altogether and entrusted to an entirely different social order. The threat was unmistakable. The future of senatorial justice depended upon the verdict they were about to deliver. The speech achieved exactly what Cicero intended. Over the following 9 days, witness after witness appeared before the court. Faced with overwhelming evidence and a public atmosphere increasingly hostile to corruption, Hortensius offered only a limited defense. Soon afterward, Verres abandoned the trial and accepted exile. The published speeches that survive today were therefore never delivered in full before the judges. Instead, after the case had ended, Cicero prepared a complete literary account of Verres's administration exactly as he had originally planned to present it. These works, commonly divided into 5 books, examine every aspect of the governor's misconduct. One recounts his earlier career at Rome. Another examines his administration of Sicily. A third exposes his abuses connected with grain taxation. A fourth describes his theft of statues, paintings, and works of art. The fifth records his judicial murders, illegal executions, and acts of torture. Together they form not merely a legal prosecution, but one of antiquity's greatest indictments of political corruption. They also reveal something even more important about Cicero himself. He did not approach the case simply as an ambitious advocate seeking personal fame. He believed that if Verres could be brought down before the eyes of the entire Roman people, the conviction might become the beginning of a broader reform capable of restoring honesty to the courts and dignity to the Republic itself. Unlike many of the communities Verres exploited, Sthenius refused to surrender the public treasures entrusted to his care. No amount of pressure, persuasion, or intimidation could convince him to hand over the famous statues of Thermae. Cicero admired his courage, declaring that Verres had finally discovered the only city in Sicily from which he could not remove public property by force, deception, official command, or political influence. The governor's frustration quickly turned into revenge. Abandoning the house of Sthenius after stripping it of everything worth stealing, Verres established himself in the home of another prominent citizen named Agathinus. Agathinus had a beautiful daughter, Calidama, who lived there with her husband, Dorotheas. Both families happened to be enemies of Sthenius, making them useful allies for the governor. According to Cicero, Verres soon won their loyalty through a mixture of personal favors and private immorality. Calidama rapidly became one of his mistresses, while the family's hostility towards Sthenius made them willing instruments in his campaign of revenge. Encouraged by Verres, they initiated legal proceedings against their rival, giving the governor precisely the opportunity he wanted. The pressure became unbearable. Rather than remain in Sicily and face a legal system entirely controlled by his enemy, Sthenius fled the island in the middle of winter and crossed the sea to Rome. His escape did not end the persecution. Verres immediately accused him of fleeing while under judicial investigation, hoping to brand him a criminal before the Roman courts. Cicero undertook his defense and secured an acquittal, but even after losing the case, Verus refused to abandon his victim. Exploiting every legal technicality available to him as praetor, he continued harassing Sthenius through endless proceedings, ignoring both the spirit and the letter of Roman law whenever it suited his interests. The sheer boldness of Verus's behavior is almost as remarkable as the crimes themselves. He did not merely bend the law, he openly disregarded it. His confidence rested upon a simple calculation. Wealth could purchase influence, influence could purchase judges, and judges could purchase acquittal. If enough money circulated among the right people, legal principles became little more than decoration. Many governors enriched themselves quietly. They stole cautiously, concealed their crimes, distributed favors wisely, and avoided attracting unnecessary attention. Verus preferred a different method. He robbed openly, ignored appearances, and simply assumed that when the day of reckoning arrived, he could purchase the court itself. By this stage, Cicero suggests, shame had almost disappeared from Roman political life. Before introducing the story of Sthenius, Cicero delivered one of the most brilliantly ironic passages in the entire prosecution. He urged the judges, with obvious sarcasm, to preserve Verus for the good of the Republic. "Spare him," he declared. "Keep him among us. Allow him to sit in this very Senate and advise Rome on questions of war and peace." The irony deepened with every sentence. Verus, Cicero observed, would hardly burden the Senate with excessive attendance. A man so lazy and so devoted to pleasure would rarely trouble himself to appear, except perhaps during the quiet month of February when little important business was conducted. "Let him come then," Cicero mocked. "Let him vote exactly as Hortensius instructs him." Such speeches would inconvenience no one. The real danger lay elsewhere. If acquitted, Verus would eventually sit upon the judicial bench himself. The same man accused of systematic robbery, extortion, and oppression would soon decide the lives and fortunes of other Roman citizens. That possibility, Cicero warned, was intolerable. The Roman people would never accept a judiciary populated by men like Verus. From there, the prosecution turned toward one of the most important responsibilities of any Sicilian governor: the grain supply. The subject required lengthy explanation because the financial system itself was extraordinarily complicated. Cicero acknowledged at the beginning that this portion of the case demanded unusual patience from both speaker and audience. Yet he also insisted that a prosecutor carried a special moral obligation. Anyone accusing another of theft must himself remain beyond suspicion of greed. Anyone condemning cruelty should demonstrate humanity in his own conduct. Anyone exposing adultery or corruption should ensure that no comparable accusations could be directed against himself. A public accuser who attacked crimes while committing the same offenses deserved only ridicule. Verus, Cicero declared, represented the complete opposite of this standard. Every vice could be found in his life: greed, lust, dishonesty, arrogance, shamelessness, cruelty, corruption. Each accusation rested not upon rumor, but upon overwhelming evidence. By accepting the prosecution, Cicero admitted that he had imposed the same standard upon himself. If he condemned Verus for corruption, then his own life must remain free from corruption. If he attacked arrogance, then he must avoid arrogance himself. If he demanded justice, he had to demonstrate justice in both his words and actions. Modern readers sometimes find such statements surprisingly bold. To claim publicly that one's own conduct stood in direct contrast to a notorious criminal seems dangerously close to self-praise. Yet Roman political culture viewed such declarations very differently. Statesmen openly celebrated their own achievements. Military commanders inscribed victories upon monuments. Poets praised themselves in verse. Successful politicians constantly reminded the public of their services to the Republic. Cicero therefore spoke in a style entirely familiar to his contemporaries. His confidence should be understood within that cultural framework rather than measured solely by modern standards of modesty. Indeed, judging ancient figures requires constant awareness of historical context. Practices that appear boastful today were often considered perfectly acceptable in the late Republic. At the same time, behavior that Romans regarded as normal, political patronage, public self-advertisement, or the open pursuit of honor, may strike modern readers as excessive. To understand Cicero fairly, one must distinguish between timeless moral principles and customs peculiar to his own society. His occasional vanity undoubtedly existed. So did his genuine integrity. The lengthy discussion of the grain tax demonstrates precisely how Verres transformed an already burdensome system into an instrument of almost unlimited extortion. Sicily supplied a large portion of Rome's grain, making its agriculture essential to the Republic. The first obligation imposed upon Sicilian farmers consisted of the decuma, a tithe requiring 1/10 of the harvest to be delivered to Rome. The governor supervised its collection through his officials. Beyond this came 2 additional forms of compulsory purchase. Farmers supplied another 1/10 of their grain at prices fixed below normal market value, while still larger quantities were acquired at slightly higher, but still officially regulated prices established by the Senate. Finally, every governor possessed the right to demand provisions for maintaining his own administration, either in grain or in cash. Such arrangements already favored Rome heavily. An honest governor might still administer them fairly. A dishonest one could exploit every stage of the process. Verres did exactly that. Payments intended for farmers disappeared, measurements were manipulated. Demands exceeded legal requirements, invented charges multiplied. What should have been taxation became systematic plunder. To assist him, Verres relied heavily upon one of his closest associates, a man named Apronius. Cicero's portrait of Apronius is among the most savage character assassinations in Roman literature. He describes him as a bottomless pit of vice, a creature overflowing with every imaginable form of moral corruption. Wherever Verres indulged in drunken banquets, sexual excess, sacrilege, or extortion, Apronius stood beside him as his constant companion. According to Cicero, the friendship between the 2 men rested upon complete equality in depravity. Others found Apronius unbearable. Verres found him delightful. Others avoided his company. Verres could scarcely spend an evening without him. No insult seemed excessive when directed against the governor's favorite subordinate. The speech then shifts from financial exploitation to one of Verres' greatest personal obsessions, his passion for works of Greek art. Among the surviving Verrine speeches, the section devoted to stolen statues and treasures is perhaps the most entertaining, despite the criminal acts it describes. Greek communities throughout the Mediterranean had accumulated remarkable collections of sculpture, paintings, religious objects, and decorative masterpieces over many centuries. Wealthy citizens adorned their homes with artistic treasures, while temples preserved works created by the greatest sculptors of classical Greece. Sicily, especially Syracuse, possessed extraordinary collections. Verres became obsessed with acquiring them. His love of art was genuine, but hardly innocent. Many masterpieces he kept for himself. Many others became valuable political gifts distributed among influential Romans whose support he wished to secure. Fine sculpture could purchase friendship as effectively as bags of silver. One particularly revealing story concerns Marcus Gaius of Messana. Unlike most Sicilian cities, Messana generally enjoyed favorable treatment under Verres. The governor used it as the principal warehouse for storing his stolen property, and its harbor served as the departure point for enormous ships carrying his treasures toward Italy. The most famous of these vessels, the gigantic Cebea, had been built at public expense under the pretense of protecting Sicily from pirates. In reality, it functioned largely as a transport for the governor's plunder. Marcus Gaius possessed a private shrine containing 4 celebrated masterpieces. There stood a Cupid by Praxiteles, a bronze Hercules created by Myron, and 2 magnificent Canepherae by Polyclitus. Travelers from across the Greek world visited the house simply to admire these famous works. Verres demanded them. Official documents later claimed that he had purchased the sculptures for modest sums. Cicero dismissed this explanation as fiction. Gaius had merely submitted to irresistible pressure. Years later, when Sicilian delegations traveled to Rome to praise their former governor, as provincial communities were often expected to do regardless of their true opinions, Gaius reluctantly joined the embassy from Messana. Questioned directly during the trial, he confessed the truth. He had never intended to sell the sacred heirlooms passed down through generations of his family. Only fear had forced him to surrender them. even while publicly praising Verres, he could no longer remain silent when questioned under oath. The stories continue through city after city. Temples lost their sacred images. Public monuments disappeared. Private collections were stripped bare. Among the stolen treasures were statues of Aristeas, Jupiter Urios, and a magnificent marble head of Proserpine. Cicero described each theft not merely as robbery, but as sacrilege. Although his own philosophical beliefs often leaned towards skepticism, he spoke during the trial as though every insult directed against these ancient sanctuaries offended both religion and civilization itself. His final attack fell once again upon the people of Messana. "Very well," he declared. "Continue praising Verres if you wish, but answer one question. Was it not your city that built the enormous transport ship carrying his stolen property out of Sicily? Were you not excused from military obligations and grain taxes while other Sicilian communities continued suffering? Did your harbor not become the warehouse through which his plunder passed safely into Italy?" The implication was devastating. Messana had not merely tolerated corruption, it had profited from it. The final section of the prosecution dealt with punishments. Here, Cicero abandoned financial crimes almost entirely and concentrated upon violence. Executions without trial, judicial murders, torture, political revenge, abuse of Roman citizens. The stories become darker with every page. What shocks modern readers most is not simply the brutality itself, but the extraordinary value attached to Roman citizenship. Again and again, Cicero repeats the phrase, civis Romanus sum, I am a Roman citizen. To Romans, these words carried almost magical legal force. A citizen traveling anywhere in the Mediterranean expected protection simply by declaring his status. Governors were bound by law and tradition to respect that privilege. Foreign rulers generally respected it as well. Verres ignored it completely. One of the most famous examples involved a man named Gavius. Escaping imprisonment at Syracuse, Gavius reached Messana and openly celebrated his good fortune. Soon, he believed, he would cross the sea to Italy, beyond the reach of Verres's cruelty. Unfortunately, the governor happened to be in Messana. Local supporters immediately informed him. Gavius was arrested, beaten publicly, and repeatedly cried out, "I am a Roman citizen." Verres dismissed the claim, pretending that the prisoner was merely a runaway slave. Finally, on the shore facing Italy itself, he ordered a cross erected. Looking toward the homeland whose protection he had invoked, Gavius was crucified. Whether he deserved punishment for any offense hardly mattered. For Cicero, the crime consisted in crucifying a Roman citizen. During this episode, he pronounced one of the most celebrated sentences in Roman political history. To bind a Roman citizen is a crime. To flog him is an act of wickedness. To kill him approaches parricide. To crucify him, no word, Cicero declared, could adequately describe such an outrage. Another remarkable story concerns a captured pirate vessel. Piracy plagued the Mediterranean during this period, and Sicilian governors bore special responsibility for suppressing it. Verres neglected the task so completely that pirates operated almost without fear. Eventually, one overloaded pirate ship drifted into Roman hands. Instead of executing the captured crew according to custom, Verres recognized another business opportunity. The youngest and most attractive prisoners could be sold as slaves. Several talented musicians were sent as gifts to influential friends in Rome. The pirate captain himself mysteriously disappeared after private financial arrangements with the governor. Only the old, weak, and useless prisoners faced execution. The people of Syracuse quickly noticed the deception. They understood that a vessel of that size required a much larger crew. Where were the missing pirates? Pressed by growing public anger, Verres devised a horrifying solution. Roman citizens already imprisoned in Syracuse were brought out with their heads covered so that spectators could not recognize them. These innocent prisoners were executed in place of the pirates. Meanwhile, Verres kept the treasure found aboard the ship for himself. The pirates escaped. Roman citizens died. The governor collected the profits. Such stories reveal far more than the character of one corrupt official. They expose the moral condition of an entire political system. That Verres could commit such crimes is astonishing. That he expected acquittal is perhaps even more astonishing. Yet the greatest wonder of all lies elsewhere. Against this immense structure of corruption stood one advocate who belonged to the same aristocratic order, yet chose to challenge it. Cicero was no revolutionary. He did not seek to overthrow the Senate or replace the Republic with popular rule. By conviction, he remained an aristocrat throughout his life. He believed that Rome could survive only under the leadership of an honorable senatorial class. Precisely for that reason, he considered men like Verres the Republic's greatest danger. If senators continued exploiting provinces, buying verdicts, and treating public office as a source of private wealth, Rome's constitutional system would eventually destroy itself from within. That conviction gave Cicero the courage to attack one of his own class. He transformed Verres's acquittal from a routine expectation into a political impossibility. The trial ended with exile rather than formal condemnation. Verres surrendered before the proceedings reached their conclusion, accepted a financial penalty far smaller than his crimes deserved, and retired comfortably from public life. Years later, Julius Caesar's general amnesty allowed him to return to Rome. His final downfall came not through justice, but through greed. Mark Antony desired certain valuable works of art still in Verres's possession. When the former governor refused to surrender them, Antony ordered his execution. Thus, the man who had spent a lifetime stealing masterpieces ultimately lost his own life because he would not part with them. For Cicero, however, the verdict itself mattered less than what it represented. The prosecution of Verres established him as Rome's foremost advocate, demonstrated that even the most powerful governor could be challenged, and proved that eloquence guided by determination could still shake a political system accustomed to corruption. It was probably one of the happiest victories of his entire career. The year following the trial of Verres was the year of Cicero's aedileship. Little survives concerning his administration, but what evidence remains suggests that he fulfilled the office efficiently and honestly. Unlike many Roman aediles who exhausted their fortunes financing extravagant public games in pursuit of popularity, Cicero spent comparatively little. Even so, when he sought the praetorship 2 years later, the Roman people rewarded him with overwhelming support. Despite repeated elections caused by political disputes and procedural irregularities, he was chosen first each time. Throughout his entire political career, he achieved every magistracy at the earliest age permitted by law and always ranked first among the successful candidates. Such consistent success reflected not merely careful electioneering, but the growing confidence the Roman people placed in his integrity and ability. His popularity undoubtedly benefited from the careful campaigning principles outlined years earlier by his brother Quintus, yet those tactics alone could never have produced such extraordinary results. Roman voters clearly regarded Cicero as a trustworthy public servant. Although most candidates represented the interests of the aristocracy, Cicero gradually distinguished himself as a statesman capable of defending both the Republic and ordinary citizens without resorting to corruption. During this period, he continued practicing law, delivering several important speeches. Among them was the defense of Caecina in a civil dispute and the speech on behalf of Marcus Fonteius, former governor of Transalpine Gaul. The contrast between the two great provincial trials is striking. While Cicero had passionately defended the Sicilians against Verres, he now spoke forcefully in favor of a Roman governor accused by the Gauls. His language reveals obvious bias. The Sicilians, as heirs of Greek civilization, received his sympathy, whereas the Gauls were portrayed as uncivilized barbarians whose testimony deserved little respect. Addressing the judges, Cicero insisted that the testimony of Roman citizens should always outweigh that of foreign provincials. Why, he asked, should honorable Romans be believed less readily than unknown Gauls? Why trust foreigners over fellow citizens, dishonest witnesses over respectable men, enemies of Roman rule over loyal allies? Such arguments relied more upon patriotic prejudice than objective justice and reveal the flexibility expected of Roman advocates. Indeed, the speech itself strongly suggests that Fonteius had committed many of the abuses alleged against him. Cicero ultimately appealed not to innocence, but to pity. He reminded the judges that Fonteius's elderly mother depended entirely upon her son. while his sister, a Vestal virgin forbidden to marry or bear children, possessed no other close male relative to support her. Appeals of this nature generally indicate that stronger legal arguments were lacking. Fonteius was almost certainly guilty, though Cicero's eloquence probably secured his acquittal. Cases like this raise an uncomfortable question regarding Cicero's profession. His extraordinary command of language enabled him to persuade audiences almost at will. Such power could defend justice, as in the prosecution of Verres, but it could also protect men whose innocence was doubtful. Critics have therefore accused Cicero of hypocrisy, pointing particularly to a famous passage in De Oratore where he recommends embellishing stories with mendiciuncula, little falsehoods. The phrase has often been misunderstood. Cicero was not encouraging advocates to fabricate evidence or deceive judges about essential facts. Rather, he referred to the harmless exaggerations that enliven conversation and storytelling. A humorous anecdote, he suggested, might reasonably include small embellishments to improve its effect. Such little lies were no different from the exaggerations commonly found in ordinary conversation. Later critics transformed this innocent observation into evidence that Cicero habitually encouraged dishonesty in court. Yet his own explanation of advocacy makes his position much clearer. In defending Cluentius, he openly declared that speeches delivered in court should not always be mistaken for the personal opinions of the advocate. An advocate presents the strongest possible case for his client, adapting arguments to the needs of each trial rather than expressing private convictions. By modern standards, such a view may seem ethically questionable, yet it reflected the accepted practice of Roman legal life. Cicero was neither more truthful nor more deceptive than most successful advocates of his age. The difference lay not in his methods, but in the extraordinary skill with which he employed them. Around this same period, the surviving correspondence between Cicero and his lifelong friend Atticus begins. These letters, unlike his formal speeches, were private communications never intended for public audiences. Their historical value is immense. Cornelius Nepos famously claimed that anyone who read them would scarcely need another history of the age. That judgment may exaggerate their importance as political history, since many major military events receive little attention, but as sources for Cicero's personality, they are unrivaled. Through these letters, we encounter the real man behind the public orator. They reveal his ambitions, anxieties, moments of confidence, sudden discouragement, pride in his achievements, affection for his family, and constant concern for his political future. Few historical figures have left so transparent a record of their inner lives. Modern readers sometimes make the mistake of accepting only the weaknesses revealed in these letters, while dismissing his nobler public declarations as political theater. Such an approach is fundamentally unfair. If the correspondence honestly exposes his fears and doubts, it must also honestly reveal his generosity, patriotism, and idealism. The private letters deserve to be trusted both when they display his faults and when they display his virtues. Cicero wrote with extraordinary openness. Unlike most people, ancient or modern, he concealed remarkably little from his closest friend. His correspondence lacks the careful self-censorship that characterizes many personal letters. When disappointed, he admitted despair. When proud, he openly celebrated success. When overwhelmed by grief, he poured his emotions onto the page without restraint. This unusual honesty has allowed later generations to know him almost more intimately than any other statesman of antiquity. The earliest surviving letters are relatively simple. Cicero discusses family affairs, apologizes for delays in writing, and asks Atticus to purchase statues, books, and works of art for his villas. His Tusculan residence, in particular, became a continual source of enthusiasm. He repeatedly requested sculptures suitable for its gymnasium and gardens, declaring that he found true happiness only when living there. His affection for his family appears naturally throughout these letters. Terentia sends greetings despite suffering from gout. His beloved daughter Tullia, still a small child, also sends her love. Later, he announces her betrothal at only 10 years of age to Caius Piso, a marriage then regarded as highly advantageous. Nothing in these domestic exchanges suggests the future tragedies that would later overshadow his private life. His passion for books appears just as strongly. Atticus frequently purchased manuscripts on his behalf, and Cicero confessed that almost every spare coin he earned was reserved for enlarging his library. If he could acquire enough books, he joked, he would consider himself wealthier than Crassus, the richest man in Rome, regardless of the size of anyone else's estates or gardens. By 67 BC, Cicero reached the praetorship, once again securing election at the earliest legal age and ranking first among all candidates. That same year witnessed one of the Republic's most significant political developments. The tribune Aulus Gabinius proposed an extraordinary law granting a single commander supreme authority to eliminate piracy throughout the Mediterranean. Although the law never explicitly named Pompey, everyone understood that only he could receive such unprecedented powers. The Senate fiercely opposed the proposal, fearing Pompey's growing influence more than the pirates themselves. Nevertheless, the popular assembly approved the measure, and Pompey assumed command over the Mediterranean, enjoying almost unlimited military authority, both at sea and along extensive stretches of coastline. The necessity of such legislation illustrates the alarming weakness of Roman government at the time. Civil wars had distracted the Republic for years, provincial administration had become deeply corrupt. Governors exploited their territories for personal enrichment while neglecting public security. Across the Mediterranean, pirates grew increasingly bold, attacking merchant shipping, raiding coastal settlements, and disrupting commerce on a massive scale. Ancient writers describe their power in astonishing terms. Hundreds of fortified bases dotted the coastline. Their fleets numbered in the thousands. Wealthy and well-born men willingly joined their ranks, attracted by profit and adventure. Entire cities paid ransom. Roman officials were captured. Maritime trade became dangerously insecure. Pompey responded with remarkable efficiency. Dividing the Mediterranean into carefully organized sectors, he swept systematically through pirate territory until the seas were effectively cleared. Ancient historians even claimed that he restored security within 40 days, a remarkable achievement that greatly enhanced his already enormous prestige. Pompey himself remains one of the more difficult personalities of the late Republic to understand. Unlike Marius, Sulla, Caesar, or Cicero, his character seems strangely elusive. Success followed him almost effortlessly throughout his career. Military victories accumulated one after another, until fortune itself appeared determined to elevate him. He possessed undeniable courage and considerable military competence, yet lacked the relentless ambition of Caesar, the ruthless determination of Sulla, or the passionate political convictions of Cicero. Personally dignified, disciplined, and capable, he nevertheless seems to have drifted towards supreme power almost as much through circumstance as through deliberate design. Had Caesar never emerged as a rival, Pompey might have remained content as Rome's most celebrated general without seeking absolute dominance. Faced with Caesar's extraordinary rise, however, he found himself compelled into a struggle for supremacy that ultimately ended in defeat. Understanding Pompey is essential because Cicero's political career became increasingly intertwined with his fortunes. Although the two men were the same age, Pompey had already achieved military greatness while Cicero was still establishing himself as an advocate. Throughout the following decades, Cicero repeatedly looked to Pompey as the statesman capable of preserving the Republic. That hope ultimately proved one of the greatest disappointments of his life. Pompey represented the conservative aristocratic order into which he had been born, but he lacked the deep constitutional ideals that inspired Cicero. While Cicero constantly reflected upon the proper government of Rome and the moral responsibilities of public office, Pompey seems to have cared more for preserving his own position than for developing a coherent political vision. Again and again, Cicero placed his confidence in Pompey, only to discover hesitation where decisive leadership was required. Much of the frustration that characterizes Cicero's later political career arose from this misplaced faith in a man whom he admired yet never fully understood. With his election as praetor, Cicero entered one of the highest magistracies of the Republic. 8 praetors served simultaneously, 2 remaining in Rome while the others governed provinces. Cicero received the prestigious office of praetor urbanus, the senior judicial magistracy within the capital itself. His principal responsibility was to supervise the administration of justice, preside over important legal proceedings, and appoint judges for individual cases. The position represented another decisive step toward the consulship, the supreme office of the Roman Republic. Every stage of his career had proceeded exactly according to his youthful ambitions. Yet, the political storms gathering around Rome would soon transform both his own destiny and that of the Republic he devoted his life to defending. By the time Cicero reached his 41st year, his confidence in Pompey had become complete. The great general was still in the east, finishing the campaign against the pirates, when Rome once again faced the unresolved problem of Mithridates VI of Pontus. Although Lucullus had won a series of brilliant victories during nearly 7 years of campaigning, his prolonged command had exhausted his soldiers. Mutiny spread through the army, his authority weakened, and the consul Glabrio, sent to replace him, lacked both the confidence and ability to restore the situation. Rome needed a commander capable of ending the war decisively. At that moment, the tribune Gaius Manilius proposed a law transferring supreme command against Mithridates to Pompey. The proposal transformed Cicero's public career. Until then, he had served as quaestor, aedile, and praetor, but his political influence had remained largely indirect. He had certainly expressed strong opinions while prosecuting Verres and criticizing corruption within the courts, yet those interventions belonged primarily to his work as an advocate. Now, for the first time, he entered open political debate before the Roman people themselves. Standing upon the rostra, he addressed not judges, but the assembled citizens of Rome. His speech, later known as Pro Lege Manilia, or De Imperio Cont Pompei, marked his true entrance into national politics. Cicero opened with remarkable sincerity. Nothing, he declared, pleased him more than seeing the Roman people gathered before him. No place seemed more glorious for public service than the Forum itself. Yet until that day, devotion to his legal profession had kept him away from this highest path to political honor. The speech itself became one of the masterpieces of Latin prose. Its language possesses extraordinary elegance, balance, and rhythm, qualities that helped establish Cicero as perhaps the greatest prose stylist of the ancient world. Even brief passages reveal an almost musical precision impossible to reproduce fully in translation. For centuries, students learned Latin by reading this speech, not merely because of its political importance, but because of its literary perfection. Nevertheless, some later historians questioned Cicero's motives. According to these critics, his lavish praise of Pompey served less to benefit the Republic than to advance his own ambition of becoming consul. By flattering Rome's most celebrated general, they argued, Cicero hoped to secure valuable political support for his approaching election campaign. Such accusations underestimate both the circumstances and Cicero's convictions. Everything he said concerning Pompey's military achievements was objectively true. Pompey had already eliminated Mediterranean piracy with astonishing speed. His previous campaigns demonstrated exceptional organizational ability, and there was every reason to believe he would succeed where others had failed against Mithridates. Cicero may certainly have expected political advantages from supporting Pompey. Any intelligent politician naturally strengthened alliances with capable leaders. That fact alone does not imply dishonesty. Public life necessarily requires cooperation. A statesman cannot accomplish reforms in isolation. If Cicero genuinely believed Pompey represented Rome's best hope, supporting him politically and benefiting personally from that alliance were perfectly compatible objectives. His greatest mistake lay elsewhere. He believed that one extraordinary individual might still rescue the Republic. History would prove that hope misplaced. Pompey possessed immense military prestige, but lacked the political vision, determination, and consistency necessary to rebuild Rome's collapsing constitutional order. Cicero admired him sincerely, yet expected from him qualities he simply did not possess. During his praetorship, Cicero also delivered another of his most celebrated speeches, the defense of Aulus Cluentius Habitus. Among all his surviving orations, Pro Cluentio is perhaps the most complex. Its intricate legal arguments, overlapping family relationships, and numerous procedural questions make it one of the most difficult works in the entire Ciceronian corpus. Yet few speeches provide a clearer glimpse into the darker realities of Roman private life. The crimes described surpass even the notorious abuses of Verres. Here, the corruption does not arise from provincial government, but from family relationships poisoned by greed, hatred, murder, and betrayal. At the center of the case stood Oppianicus and Sacia, two individuals whose conduct shocked even Roman audiences accustomed to violence. Their intrigues involved poisoned relatives, manipulated inheritances, fraudulent trials, and calculated murders carried out with astonishing ruthlessness. Cicero undoubtedly shaped the narrative to favor his client, yet the overall picture remains convincing precisely because it never strays beyond what Roman listeners could recognize as plausible. The speech reveals that such horrors were not impossible exceptions, but genuine possibilities within the social world of the late Republic. Modern readers seeking to understand everyday Roman society often learn more from Procluentio than from many historical chronicles. The year following his praetorship brought another politically significant trial. A former tribune named Gaius Cornelius faced prosecution for actions taken during his term of office, and Cicero accepted his defense. Although the speeches themselves survive only in fragments, ancient writers regarded the case as one of the most important political trials of the period. Cornelius had earned the hostility of the aristocracy by attempting to strengthen popular authority while limiting the Senate's influence. Among his reforms was a severe law against electoral bribery, an issue that struck directly at the methods through which many noble families maintained political dominance. The Senate fiercely opposed these measures. Officially, however, Cornelius was prosecuted for a different action. When another tribune attempted to prevent the public reading of one proposed law, Cornelius personally seized the text and read it aloud before the people, ignoring his colleague's obstruction. The resulting confrontation descended into violence. The prosecutors themselves reportedly escaped only by fleeing across the rooftops of nearby buildings. The trial therefore became far more than a dispute over legal procedure. It represented another battle between those seeking to preserve aristocratic privilege and those attempting, however imperfectly, to restore greater authority to the Roman people. Cicero's willingness to defend Cornelius demonstrates once again the complexity of his politics. Although he admired the Senate as an institution, he opposed corruption within it. Although he feared revolutionary violence, he also recognized the necessity of reform. He consistently sought constitutional balance rather than domination by either faction. Around this same time, Cicero wrote two important letters to Atticus that reveal the more personal side of his life. In one, he discussed his approaching campaign for the consulship. In the other, he happily announced the birth of his son, Marcus, while mentioning another matter of great political interest. He was considering defending Catiline. At first glance, the decision appears astonishing. Catiline had already acquired a deeply questionable reputation during his governorship of Africa and now faced prosecution for extortion. Yet Cicero viewed the matter pragmatically. If Catiline were acquitted, his political support during the coming election might prove extremely valuable. If convicted, Cicero wrote calmly, he could accept that outcome as well. His remarks reveal not admiration for Catiline, but political calculation. Roman elections required complicated alliances, and even deeply suspicious figures sometimes became temporary partners. In the end, however, Cicero never undertook Catiline's defense, nor did the two men campaign together. As the months passed, Catiline's ambitions and methods became increasingly alarming. His willingness to pursue power through violence gradually distinguished him from the ordinary corruption of Roman politics. Although he eventually escaped conviction, almost certainly through bribery of the judges, the acquittal solved none of Rome's deeper problems. Instead, it allowed one of the Republic's most dangerous conspirators to remain politically active. The following year would bring Cicero the greatest honor of his career. Everything he had worked towards since childhood finally came within reach. His rise had been extraordinary. Born into a family without consular ancestors, he had nevertheless climbed every rung of the political ladder at the earliest age permitted by law. Each magistracy had come on schedule. Each election had strengthened his reputation. His legal victories had made him Rome's foremost advocate. His speeches had established him as one of the Republic's leading public voices. His friendships, wealth, family, libraries, villas, and intellectual achievements all reflected a life of remarkable success. The Roman people rewarded that success with an honor rarely granted to any candidate. According to Cicero himself, the citizens elected him consul not merely through ballots, but through unanimous acclamation. Whether this description contains some rhetorical exaggeration is impossible to determine. What cannot be doubted is the overwhelming enthusiasm surrounding his election. Among 7 candidates, Cicero emerged as the clear favorite. His principal rivals were Catiline and Gaius Antonius Hybrida, uncle of the future Mark Antony. Unlike many aristocratic competitors, Cicero enjoyed genuine popularity among ordinary Romans. He had enriched neither himself nor his friends through provincial plunder. He had refused profitable governorships in order to remain in Rome. He had repeatedly defended those suffering from corruption while maintaining an image of personal honesty. Even when representing unpopular clients, his remarkable rhetorical skill often enabled him to present their causes in language appealing to the broader public. His campaign, of course, followed the normal customs of Roman elections. Like every candidate, he appeared publicly in the shining white toga that gave rise to the very word candidate. He canvassed tirelessly, cultivated friendships, and addressed the voters with all the persuasive power at his command. Unfortunately, his election speech has not survived. Ancient summaries suggest that it contained fierce personal attacks upon Catiline and Antonius. Such language was hardly unusual. Roman political debate had become intensely personal, and candidates routinely accused one another of corruption, immorality, greed, and incompetence. Cicero simply possessed greater eloquence than most of his rivals. The election produced an unexpected outcome. Cicero secured first place with remarkable ease. Antonius finished second, becoming his colleague in the consulship. Although Cicero distrusted him almost as much as Catiline, he immediately recognized an important political opportunity. If Antonius could be separated from Catiline, the conspiracy gathering around the latter would lose one of its most influential supporters. Applying the old principle of divide and rule, Cicero worked carefully to secure Antonius's cooperation, or at least his neutrality. This calculation would soon prove invaluable. The consulship represented the summit of every Roman political career. No higher annual office existed. For Cicero, the achievement carried even greater significance because he was a novus homo, the first member of his family ever to attain such distinction. Everything had gone according to plan. His professional career had surpassed all expectations. His political ambitions had been realized. His family life appeared secure. Friends surrounded him. His country trusted him. He entered office at the very height of his fortunes. Yet fate had prepared a cruel irony. The single year that brought him the greatest glory would also become the turning point of his entire life. From that moment onward, triumph and suffering would become inseparable. The consulship that crowned his career would also begin the long sequence of political struggles, disappointments, exile, personal tragedy, and civil conflict that ultimately consumed both Cicero himself and the Roman Republic he had devoted his life to saving. The surviving list of Cicero's consular speeches does not include every address he delivered during his year in office. Rather, it contains only those speeches that he regarded as genuinely consular in character, speeches dealing with matters of state rather than ordinary legal practice. Although he occupied the highest magistracy in the Republic, Cicero never abandoned his work as an advocate. Public office did not excuse a Roman statesman from defending friends and political allies in court. Just as Hortensius had undertaken the defense of Verres while consul-elect, Cicero continued accepting important legal cases even while directing the affairs of the Republic. One of the most famous was his defense of Lucius Licinius Murena, delivered late in the year on November 20th, while the Catiline conspiracy was rapidly unfolding. At precisely the moment when Cicero was gathering evidence against the conspirators and preparing some of the most decisive speeches of his career, he somehow found time to master the complicated details of Murena's trial. The achievement alone demonstrates his extraordinary capacity for work. The case itself arose from a law that Cicero had introduced earlier that year. Known afterward as the Lex Tullia, it strengthened penalties against electoral bribery. Cicero's original purpose had probably been to hinder Catiline, who intended to stand once again for the consulship. Ironically, however, the new legislation was soon used against Murena, one of the successful candidates for the following year's consulship. Murena's principal accuser was Cato the Younger. Strict, uncompromising, and fiercely devoted to Stoic philosophy, Cato welcomed every opportunity to demonstrate his moral rigor. Joined by the disappointed candidate Servius Sulpicius and by Postumius, he prosecuted Murena for corrupt electoral practices. The defense assembled an extraordinary legal team. Hortensius, Crassus, and Cicero all appeared on Murena's behalf. Unlike many Roman political trials, however, this one lacked genuine bitterness. Reading the speech today, one gains the impression that everyone involved understood the likely outcome. Cato wished to display his virtue. Murena would ultimately be acquitted. Among the charges was one almost comic to modern readers. Murena had allegedly danced. In Roman aristocratic society, this accusation carried surprising weight. Dancing was considered acceptable for Greeks and, to a limited extent, for respectable women. A Roman statesman, however, was expected to display constant dignity. Public dancing suggested frivolity, moral weakness, even disgrace. Cicero treated the allegation with brilliant humor. "No respectable Roman," he declared, "dances unless drunk or insane." Whether Murena had actually danced remains uncertain, though Cicero's energetic denial perhaps suggests otherwise. The most memorable passages of the speech, however, are directed not at Murena's defense, but at Cato's stoicism. With affectionate irony, Cicero summarizes the extreme doctrines of the Stoic philosophers. According to them, every fault deserves equal punishment. The wise man alone is truly free. He remains rich even without money, beautiful even if physically ugly, and a king even while living as a slave. All other people are fools, exiles, enemies of their country, and practically insane. By this reasoning, killing an unwanted chicken becomes morally equivalent to murdering one's own father. The audience undoubtedly laughed. Cicero's purpose was not to mock philosophy itself, but to expose the impractical rigidity of those who attempted to apply abstract doctrines literally to public life. Turning directly to Cato, he gently asked whether such absolute principles could ever govern real human affairs. Should every mistake truly remain unforgivable? Should friendship never influence one's actions? Should compassion always be rejected? Cato's philosophy demanded yes. Cicero answered differently. Humanity, he argued, requires flexibility. One should hold firmly to sound principles, but remain willing to adopt better judgments whenever experience demands them. These reflections reveal an important feature of Cicero's own political philosophy. He consistently rejected extremes. Between the ruthless corruption of men like Verres and the impossible perfection demanded by Stoicism, he searched for a practical morality based upon justice, moderation, and common sense. Perhaps no passage better illustrates his personality. The speech also contains one of Cicero's funniest attacks upon the legal profession. His opponent, Servius Sulpicius, prided himself on being one of Rome's greatest jurists. Cicero acknowledged his friend's intelligence, but mischievously insisted that legal scholarship had never been the source of his reputation. It was Sulpicius's wisdom, moderation, character, and eloquence, not endless study of technical law, that made him worthy of high office. Indeed, Cicero suggested, spending excessive time on legal minutiae was hardly the best path to the consulship. True political greatness belonged to eloquence. Only powerful public speaking could guide the Senate, persuade the people, direct armies, and preserve the Republic. The irony was obvious. Although he jokingly minimized legal expertise, few men understood Roman law better than Cicero himself. His learning simply served larger purposes. Law, in his view, remained a tool of statesmanship rather than an end in itself. Leaving Murena's trial, Cicero returned to the struggle that dominated the beginning of his consulship, the proposed agrarian law introduced by the tribune Publius Servilius Rullus. The proposal appeared only days before Cicero entered office, leaving him little time to analyze its complicated provisions. After careful examination, he concluded that it threatened the very foundations of the Republic. At first glance, the legislation seemed generous. Public lands acquired through Roman conquest would be sold. With the proceeds, commissioners would purchase new estates and distribute them among poorer citizens, especially in fertile Campania. To many Romans, this appeared a program of social justice. Cicero saw something very different. The law proposed creating 10 commissioners with extraordinary powers lasting 5 years. They could sell public property throughout the Roman world, purchase new lands almost without restriction, manage enormous sums of money, and redistribute wealth on an unprecedented scale. Such authority, Cicero warned, would concentrate immense economic and political power in the hands of a few ambitious individuals. The measure also threatened property rights more broadly. Many estates still rested upon uncertain legal foundations following Sulla's confiscations years earlier. Their owners, fearing future challenges, might feel compelled to sell at low prices. Vast areas of public land would flood the market simultaneously, allowing politically connected buyers to acquire enormous fortunes. Rather than helping ordinary Romans, the proposal risked enriching a new class of powerful speculators. Cicero therefore opposed it with extraordinary determination. His speeches against Rullus rank among the finest examples of Roman political oratory. Speaking first before the Senate and then before the assembled people, he presented himself as the true defender of popular interests. His argument proved remarkably effective. Rullus claimed to represent the common people. Cicero answered that genuine concern for the people meant preserving peace, stability, lawful government, and secure property, not creating revolutionary institutions with almost unlimited authority. Again and again he contrasted himself with the tribune. Rullus promised dramatic change. Cicero promised order. Rullus stirred fear and uncertainty. Cicero promised security. Rullus divided Roman society. Cicero sought to unite it. The speeches also reveal the extraordinary confidence that accompanied Cicero's consulship. He openly declared that while he remained consul, no revolutionary schemes would succeed. No rival capital would arise. No new dictatorship disguised as a commission would threaten the Republic. No violent redistribution of property would occur. Rome, he insisted, would remain governed by law. His self-confidence occasionally approaches magnificence. Addressing both Senate and people, he reminded them that he was the first novus homo in generations to reach the consulship at the earliest legal age. Unlike hereditary aristocrats, he owed his position entirely to public confidence. The Roman people, he declared, had raised him to office not for personal glory, but to protect the Republic. Such statements inevitably sound boastful to modern ears. Within Roman political culture, however, they expressed a public understanding between magistrate and citizens. The people had entrusted him with supreme authority. He therefore reminded them openly of the responsibilities that accompanied that trust. His political position remained unusually delicate. Cicero wished to preserve the Senate while simultaneously presenting himself as the genuine friend of the Roman people. Unlike many conservatives, he believed aristocratic government could survive only if conducted honestly and in the public interest. Unlike radical reformers, he rejected violent redistribution and constitutional upheaval. His ambition was neither oligarchic domination nor popular revolution, but constitutional balance. That vision ultimately proved impossible. Yet during the opening months of his consulship, it still seemed attainable. His victory over Rullus demonstrated that eloquence, moderation, and political courage could still defeat demagoguery without resorting to force. One episode from the same year perfectly illustrates Cicero's extraordinary influence over the Roman people. Several years earlier, the tribune Roscius Otho had introduced legislation reserving special seats in the theater for members of the equestrian order. The measure remained deeply unpopular. When Otho entered the theater during Cicero's consulship, the audience erupted in fury. Shouting, insults, and violence quickly spread throughout the building. The frightened officials summoned the consul. Cicero ordered the crowd to leave the theater and assemble instead at the nearby temple of Bellona. There he addressed them. The speech itself has been lost. Its effect became legendary. By the time he finished, the angry mob had completely changed its mood. Not only had public disorder disappeared, but the same people who moments earlier had threatened violence now accepted Otho's presence without protest. Ancient writers never forgot the incident. Pliny the Elder later celebrated Cicero's consulship as one of the greatest examples of peaceful political leadership in Roman history. He praised the orator who persuaded citizens to abandon an agrarian revolution, reconciled hostile crowds, defeated Catiline through eloquence, and governed without military force. Most famously, Pliny hailed Cicero as the first Roman ever to deserve the title Pater Patriae, Father of the Fatherland, while still wearing the civilian toga rather than a general's armor. It was, he believed, a triumph won not by swords, but by words. Remarkably, none of Cicero's private letters survive from this extraordinary year. Had they been preserved, they would almost certainly have revealed the daily anxieties hidden behind his magnificent public speeches. Instead, we know his consulship primarily through the orations themselves, works that continue to demonstrate why later generations regarded Cicero not only as Rome's greatest advocate, but also as one of history's finest masters of political eloquence. History has always been tempted to rescue infamous figures from the judgments of earlier generations. Every age seems eager to discover hidden virtues in men long regarded as villains. Historians have tried to rehabilitate emperors like Tiberius and Nero. English kings such as Richard III and Henry VIII have repeatedly been presented in far more favorable light than previous generations believed possible. Challenging accepted opinion has become almost a tradition in historical writing. Catiline has received the same treatment. Some modern scholars have argued that he was not a criminal, but a misunderstood reformer, a champion of the people standing against Rome's corrupt aristocracy. According to this interpretation, he belonged in the political tradition of the Gracchi and anticipated many of Caesar's later reforms. Even his willingness to assassinate Cicero, they suggest, should be understood within the brutal standards of late Republican politics rather than judged by modern morality. There is some truth in this perspective. Violence had indeed become an ordinary feature of Roman political life. Men who had witnessed Sulla's proscriptions, as both Cicero and Catiline had, inevitably developed a far less sensitive attitude toward bloodshed than later generations. Political murder no longer seemed unimaginable. Even Cicero, perhaps the most humane of Rome's leading statesmen, almost certainly believed that the Republic would have benefited had Catiline himself been eliminated before his conspiracy gathered strength. Indeed, as events would soon demonstrate, Cicero later approved the execution of several leading conspirators who remained in Rome after Catiline fled the city. Whether those executions were legally justified remains one of the most controversial questions in Roman constitutional history. Yet historical judgment must always consider context. We cannot evaluate violence in the Roman Republic according to the standards of modern constitutional democracies. The conspirators who assassinated Julius Caesar, for example, cannot simply be dismissed as ordinary murderers. Nor can Catiline's followers be judged by exactly the same moral principles that govern political life today. Understanding the period, however, does not require admiring its most dangerous figures. Supporters of Catiline often emphasize his similarities with the Gracchi. At first glance, the comparison appears persuasive. The Gracchi challenged the Senate. Catiline opposed the Senate. The Gracchi sought redistribution of land. Catiline appealed to debtors and the poor. Both movements criticized aristocratic privilege, yet the resemblance becomes much weaker upon closer examination. The Gracchi certainly acted outside established constitutional traditions. They were political revolutionaries, but virtually every ancient source agrees that they sincerely believed they were serving the Republic. Their reforms, however controversial, aimed to strengthen Rome by relieving social injustice. Their deaths, though occurring during political violence they themselves had helped provoke, have always inspired sympathy because their motives appear fundamentally honorable. Catiline belongs to an entirely different category. His movement was not built upon constitutional reform, but upon conspiracy. His principal supporters included bankrupt nobles, heavily indebted adventurers, political failures, criminals, and men who hoped to escape financial ruin through revolution. The distinction is crucial. The Gracchi attempted to transform the Republic. Catiline prepared to destroy it. Caesar presents an even more revealing comparison. Like the Gracchi, Caesar opposed the traditional oligarchy. Unlike them, however, he no longer believed that the old republican system could be preserved. His ambition moved beyond reform toward personal domination. Whether one admires or condemns Caesar, few historians doubt the extraordinary scale of his political vision. He recognized that Rome required entirely new institutions and intended to create them under his own leadership. Catiline displayed no comparable program. He possessed immense ambition, but little evidence of coherent political purpose. His conspiracy promised cancellation of debts, redistribution of property, and violent overthrow of existing authority. Beyond these immediate objectives, ancient evidence reveals remarkably little. Modern attempts to transform him into a systematic social reformer therefore rest more upon imagination than documentation. Historical revision certainly has its place. New discoveries constantly force historians to reconsider accepted interpretations. Fresh documents, archaeological evidence, and improved scholarship regularly reshape our understanding of the past. But revision requires evidence. One cannot simply decide that every notorious figure deserves rehabilitation because earlier generations may occasionally have exaggerated. In Catiline's case, the surviving testimony points overwhelmingly in one direction. Certain facts remain beyond serious dispute. During Cicero's consulship, he organized an armed conspiracy against the Roman government. When his plans began collapsing, he fled Rome. He attempted to continue the rebellion from northern Italy. His supporters remained behind in the capital to coordinate further action. Eventually, he died fighting against the armies of the Republic near Pistoria. These events themselves are historical certainties. Our principal contemporary witnesses are Cicero and Sallust. Politically, they differed profoundly. Cicero represented the conservative constitutional order. Sallust later aligned himself with Caesar's political faction. Despite these differences, both portray Catiline as extraordinarily dangerous and morally corrupt. Independent agreement between two authors of such contrasting political sympathies deserves serious consideration. Later generations adopted essentially the same view. Virgil placed Catiline among the damned in the Aeneid, depicting him suffering eternal punishment. Velleius Paterculus remembered him chiefly as the conspirator defeated by Cicero. Juvenal repeatedly used Catiline's name as a symbol of extreme wickedness. Valerius Maximus included him among Rome's greatest examples of vice. Florus described him as a man ruined first by debauchery, then by poverty, and finally by reckless political ambition. Even modern historians who sharply criticize Cicero rarely defend Catiline. The great 19th century historian Theodore Mommsen, hardly an admirer of Cicero, nevertheless dismissed Catiline as one of the most criminal individuals produced by an exceptionally criminal age. Of course, unanimous opinion does not automatically establish historical truth. Cicero and Sallust might theoretically have exaggerated. Later writers might simply have repeated earlier accusations. Poets naturally sought dramatic villains. Moralists preferred memorable examples of corruption. None of these considerations can be ignored. Yet historians must ultimately work with available evidence rather than attractive possibilities. Every surviving source condemns Catiline. No contemporary witness offers a substantial defense of his character. Under such circumstances, the burden of proof rests upon those seeking rehabilitation, not upon those accepting the traditional interpretation. Some modern defenders have advanced two principal arguments. The first concerns Catiline's noble ancestry. His family had produced distinguished magistrates long before many later aristocratic houses achieved prominence. According to this view, Catiline represented the old Roman nobility, resisting the growing dominance of newer political elites. The argument carries little weight. Ancient birth alone proves nothing about personal character. If anything, Catiline's prestigious ancestry only made his later conduct appear more disappointing to Roman observers. The second argument emphasizes his death. Catiline fell in battle surrounded by his followers, fighting courageously to the very end. Ancient historians themselves admitted that every wound found on his body lay in the front. He neither fled nor surrendered. His courage cannot reasonably be denied. Yet bravery and justice are not identical. History has admired countless men for dying courageously while rejecting the causes for which they fought. Personal fearlessness deserves respect. It does not automatically transform political conspiracy into patriotic reform. Even Cicero acknowledged Catiline's courage. He never portrayed him as a coward. Instead, he argued that remarkable abilities placed in the service of criminal ambitions made Catiline even more dangerous than ordinary villains. His intelligence, energy, determination, military experience, and personal charisma enabled him to attract followers who might otherwise never have joined a revolutionary movement. In many respects, Cicero suggested, Catiline possessed the qualities of a great leader. His tragedy lay in directing those qualities toward destruction rather than preservation. This perhaps explains why Catiline continues to fascinate historians. He was not a mediocre criminal. He was an exceptionally gifted man who chose an exceptionally destructive path. Had circumstances been different, his talents might have earned him genuine distinction within the Republic. Instead, they made him one of Rome's most famous conspirators. For Cicero, however, the issue remained perfectly clear. The Republic undoubtedly required reform. Corruption flourished. The Senate often failed in its responsibilities. Economic inequality created deep social tensions. None of these problems justified armed revolution. The constitutional order could and should be repaired through law, persuasion, and responsible government rather than violence. That conviction lay at the heart of Cicero's entire political career. Whether history ultimately judges him successful or unsuccessful, it is impossible to understand his struggle against Catiline without recognizing that he believed he was defending not merely an existing government, but the very possibility of lawful political life. The conflict between Cicero and Catiline therefore represented far more than a personal rivalry. It became a struggle between two fundamentally different visions of Rome's future, one seeking to preserve constitutional order through reform, the other prepared to sweep that order away through force. Everything that followed during Cicero's consulship would test those competing visions more severely than either man could yet imagine.